Chapter 1368. However, what the Imperial Tutor did not expect was that the aura of the third move had already locked onto him. Bang! An invisible force blasted on his body. A destructive aura instantly spread out. The Imperial Tutor was fine. After all, he was a pseudo-god and Qin Feiyang was only a 4-star combat emperor. The difference was huge. However, Yan Wei and Zhuge Mingyang were not so lucky. Their cultivation was not as good as Qin Feiyang. Furthermore, they were not mentally prepared and their bodies were covered in blood. Fortunately, the Imperial Tutor reacted in time and erased the destructive aura. Otherwise, the two of them might lose their lives. After the event, Yan Wei smiled bitterly and did not say anything. However, Zhuge Mingyang was extremely furious. That sinister look in his eyes could not wait to cut Qin Feiyang into pieces. Bang! However, Qin Feiyang did not know this. He pointed his index finger in the air and the fourth move of the ultimate appeared. It continued to roar towards the Imperial Tutor. The divine power that it emitted was almost twice as strong as the third move. The Imperial Tutor's face was gloomy. He waved his hand and the divine power surged and easily disintegrated the fourth move. Although he could easily disintegrate Qin Feiyang's ultimate art, Qin Feiyang's unconscious provocation made him very angry. Look at Qin Feiyang again. After performing the fourth move, he lowered his hands and the invisible force that filled the air gradually dissipated. Moreover, the sound of the wind, starlight and moonlight also gradually dissipated. It's finally over. Elder Qin heaved a sigh of relief. However, Qin Feiyang did not open his eyes for a long time. His expression was extremely serene as if he had fallen into a deep sleep. When everything returned to normal, Qin Feiyang finally opened his eyes. Two bright rays of light burst out from his eyes. However, what followed was confusion. "What's wrong with me?" Qin Feiyang muttered. He looked at Elder Qin, the Imperial Tutor and the rest, and then at the crowd below. He asked suspiciously, "Why are there so many people?" Swoosh! Old Man Qin rushed over to Qin Feiyang and asked, "You don't remember anything?" Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and said, "I only remember that when I walked out of the hall and looked at the moonlight, I had a feeling. But gradually, I seem to have entered a wonderful state. This is the ethereal realm," Old Qin said. "Ethereal realm?" Qin Feiyang was stunned and asked, "What's this?" Old Man Qin glanced at the crowd below and said, "Let's go down first." "All right." Qin Feiyang carried a bellyful of doubts as he plunged down towards Bright Sky Palace. Old Qin and the commander of the Kirin army followed closely behind. When the three of them entered Bright Heaven Palace, Yan Wei retracted his gaze and asked softly, "My lord, what exactly is the ethereal realm?" The imperial advisor ignored him. He looked at Zhuge Mingyang and transmitted his voice to him. "Don't be discouraged. No matter what, you've entered the ethereal realm earlier than him." "I did enter the ethereal realm earlier than him. But old ancestor, have you ever thought about how much older I am than him?" Zhuge Mingyang mocked himself. When Qin Feiyang was just born, he had already entered the temple and was famous in the imperial capital. It could be said that he could be considered to have watched Qin Feiyang grow up. This was the essential difference. Bright Heaven Palace. Old Man Qin explained the situation of the ethereal realm to Qin Feiyang and the commander of the Kirin army in detail. It turned out that the ethereal realm was a kind of selfless state. Entering the ethereal realm, whether it was potential or comprehension, it would be greatly improved. But this improvement was only temporary. Once awakened from the ethereal realm, it would disappear. However, although it was short, it was enough to make a person undergo earth-shattering changes. This kind of change was the transformation of the battle arts. And it wasn't an ordinary transformation, but a transformation into a divine art. Just like before. The void returning art was originally just a perfect battle art, but in the end, Qin Feiyang raised the void returning art to a divine art in the ethereal realm. In short, the ethereal realm was actually a kind of epiphany. Comprehension of all things in the world. There was no shortcut to this kind of comprehension. Some people would never be able to enter the ethereal realm in their entire lives. And some people could only enter once in their entire lives. In short, the ethereal realm could only be encountered by chance and not sought. It completely depended on chance and luck. After listening to Old Man Qin's explanation, Qin Feiyang waved his hand and evolved the first move of the void-returning art, landslide. Feeling that astonishing divine might, the excitement in his eyes could not be concealed. Unexpectedly, he could actually step into such a magical realm. Old Man Qin asked, "Do you know how the late emperor created the divine dragon art back then?" Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned, and asked suspiciously, "Also enter the ethereal realm?" "Yes." Old Man Qin nodded and said, "However, don't be too proud, because someone entered the ethereal realm before you." Qin Feiyang was surprised and asked, "Who is it?" "You know him," Old Man Qin said. "I know him?" Qin Feiyang frowned. A figure suddenly appeared in his mind and said, "It's Zhiga Mingyang?" "That's right. It's just that when he entered the ethereal realm, he wasn't in the imperial city, so very few people know about it," Old Man Qin said. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with a cold light, and said, "You mean, in order to transform a battle art into a divine art, only by entering the ethereal realm can it be done?" "Yes." Old Man Qin nodded and smiled. "However, you don't have to compete with Zhuge Mingyang. After all, you are much younger than him. Overall, you are still better than him." The commander of the Kirin army nodded in agreement. Because Zhuge Mingyang did not step into the ethereal realm when he was Qin Feiyang's age. Why should I compete with him? Qin Feiyang smiled faintly, waved his hand, and the first move of the ruins returning art, landslide, instantly collapsed. Swish! At this moment, two figures descended outside the main hall. Qin Feiyang looked up, and his eyes flashed. It was Yen Wei and the Imperial Preceptor. At the same time, Old Man Qin and the commander of the Kirin army also looked at the Imperial Preceptor, their eyes flashing coldly. Now, Old Man Qin and the commander of the Kirin army had completely fallen out with the Imperial Preceptor. Of course, the Imperial Preceptor did not have a good impression of Old Man Qin and the commander. In short, both sides were unhappy with each other. "Congratulations, congratulations." Yen Wei followed behind the Imperial Preceptor, and as he entered the main hall, he secretly smiled. Obviously, he had already heard about the ethereal realm from the Imperial Preceptor. Qin Feiyang secretly smiled, and asked in confusion, "What's with the injuries on your body?" Yen Wei was stunned, and said with a wry smile, "Isn't it your masterpiece?" "Me?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. The Imperial Preceptor is right. Those who enter the ethereal realm don't know what to do. Yen Wei helplessly smiled, and briefly explained the situation at that time. After all, at this time, it was not suitable to talk for too long. Of course, although it was just a few words, Yen Wei also explained the whole thing very clearly. This, Qin Feiyang was stunned, and secretly smiled. "Sorry. It's nothing. But you have to thank Old Man Qin for this," Yen Wei secretly said. "I know," Qin Feiyang said. During the conversation, the Imperial Preceptor came to Qin Feiyang and the other two, and stopped to look at Old Man Qin. Old Man Qin also looked at him. Both of their gazes were overbearing, and their gazes collided in the void, creating wisps of invisible sparks. The atmosphere became dignified all of a sudden. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed, and he turned to look at Old Man Qin and said, "I am very grateful for your help, but now, I have some private matters to discuss with the Imperial Preceptor. Please leave first." "Private matters?" Old Man Qin raised his eyebrows. He was worried that Qin Feiyang and the Imperial Preceptor had some kind of deal. "Don't worry. I will never wallow in the mire with the Imperial Preceptor," Qin Feiyang secretly said. Old Man Qin looked at him deeply, opened a portal, and said to the commander of the Kirin army, "Let's go." Immediately, the two turned and walked toward the portal. "Commander." The Imperial Preceptor suddenly turned his eyes and fell on the commander of the Kirin army. The commander of the Kirin army stiffened, and asked without turning his head, "What's the matter?" The Imperial Preceptor needs to remind you that you are the commander of the Kirin army, and your duty is to guard the safety of the Imperial Palace, not to follow an idle person all day and do nothing. The Imperial Preceptor said. The commander of the Kirin army felt a chill in his heart. This old man really didn't give up the idea of killing him. Now, he followed Old Man Qin, and the Imperial Preceptor couldn't find a chance, so the Imperial Preceptor wanted to use this method to make him return to the Imperial Palace. Once he returned to the Imperial Palace, it would be like a sheep in a tiger's mouth, and there would be no escape. What a vicious heart! He muttered in his heart, and his face was full of disgust. I know what I am doing, don't worry about the Imperial Preceptor. It's good that you know what you are doing, or the Imperial Preceptor will have to consider whether to change the commander of the Kirin army? The Imperial Preceptor said expressionlessly. The commander of the Kirin army clenched his hands. This was forcing him to return to the Imperial Palace. Old Man Qin turned to look at the Imperial Preceptor and said, The commander of the Kirin army was personally appointed by His Majesty. Without His Majesty's sacred order, are you qualified to replace him? The Imperial Preceptor said lightly, He was personally appointed by His Majesty, but now I am in charge of the state affairs. Old Man Qin said, Not in charge, but in charge. Although there is only one word difference, the meaning is completely different. The Imperial Preceptor's eyes flashed a touch of sharp light, and he nodded. Yes, I admit that I am not qualified to be in charge of the state affairs, but what if the little prince inherits the throne? His face was full of ridicule. The implication was that after the little prince inherits the throne, he only needed to say a word, and the little prince would order to remove him from the position of the commander of the Kirin army. What? The little prince hasn't inherited the throne yet, and you are already planning to control him behind the scenes in the future? Old Man Qin sneered. Old man, be careful of trouble from the mouth. The Imperial Preceptor's face darkened. The little prince was still young and didn't have the ability to deal with the state affairs. Then what would happen after he inherits the throne? Naturally, he, the Imperial Preceptor, would be in charge. When the time came, whatever he said, the little prince would naturally have to do. But these were only his inner thoughts. He certainly didn't dare to show them. Who would have thought that Old Man Qin would directly expose his ambition in front of him at this moment, which made him angry out of shame. Chapter 1369. Disaster comes from the mouth? Old Qin snorted disdainfully, then looked at the commander of the Kirin army, and said indifferently, Don't talk nonsense with those shameless people, let's go! In. The commander of the Kirin army nodded. Then, the two of them entered the portal without looking back. Looking at the backs of the two, the Imperial Tutor's killing intent rose. When the portal dissipated, Qin Feiyang laughed mockingly, then walked to the front of the throne, sat down on it, and said indifferently, Lord Imperial Tutor usually doesn't come to the Three Treasures Palace for no reason. If you have something to say, just say it, don't beat around the bush. The Imperial Tutor raised his head to look at Qin Feiyang, and said, I heard that you went to see Emperor Hong? Qin Feiyang said, Based on State Preceptor's ability, you should have known long ago, right? Why bother asking? Don't you feel bored? A hint of anger flashed through the Imperial Tutor's eyes. Without any more nonsense, he took out a jade box from his bosom and said to Yen Wei, Send it to him. Yen Wei nodded, held the jade box with both hands, and walked in front of Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang grabbed the jade box and opened the lid. Inside was an imperial jade seal. He curiously grabbed it in his hand, carefully examining it from top to bottom. Not to mention, from the outside, this imperial jade seal and the real imperial jade seal were almost the same. After looking at it, Qin Feiyang put the imperial jade seal into the jade box, and then looked down at the Imperial Tutor condescendingly and said, You really have guts, even daring to forge the Imperial Jade Seal. The Imperial Tutor laughed and said, You can tell the real from the fake at a glance, as expected of His Majesty's most beloved prince. Are you deliberately provoking me? Qin Feiyang's eyes turned cold. These words are serious. Who in the world doesn't know what kind of person you, Qin Feiyang, are? Even if this imperial tutor has the guts, he wouldn't dare to provoke you. The imperial tutor laughed sarcastically. That's true. Qin Feiyang was not ashamed. Instead, he was proud. The imperial preceptor's face twitched. What a shameless bastard, he said. Cut the crap. Help me turn this imperial jade seal into a real one. Qin Feiyang smiled. When he heard that the state preceptor wanted to make a replica of the imperial jade seal, he had already expected this result. After coming out of the ancient castle, he was waiting for the imperial tutor to find him. However, if he agreed to the state preceptor's request so easily, it would show that he had no personality. What can I do when even you, the state preceptor, can't do? Qin Feiyang said with a smile. That's boring. This old man doesn't believe that you don't know that you are the only one in this world who can create the true imperial jade seal. The imperial advisor said. He. Qin Feiyang smiled but said nothing. The state preceptor walked to a chair at the side and sat down. He didn't urge Qin Feiyang and waited quietly. Based on the relationship between you and me, to be honest, I really can't find any reason to help you. What's more, when I entered the ethereal realm, you still wanted to kill me, Qin Feiyang said in a playful tone. In this world, there are only eternal benefits and no eternal enemies. As far as this old man knows, you told Emperor Hong that you would help the little prince ascend to the throne. This old man is also helping the little prince by doing this. So now, we can actually be considered partners. As for attacking you before, you can't blame this old man, because if it were any other opponent, they would have done the same. The state preceptor said indifferently. Qin Feiyang said, To be able to be regarded as an opponent by your state preceptor, I am truly honored. However, I still don't want to help. Why? Could it be that what you said to Emperor Hong was all fake? The state preceptor frowned. How would I dare to deceive Emperor Hong? But there are many ways to help the little prince. Why should I help you forge the imperial jade seal? Qin Feiyang asked back. It's very simple. With the imperial jade seal, the little prince's ascension to the throne is only justified. The state preceptor said. Lord State Preceptor, we are all sensible people, why do you have to put on an act? You are so scheming to help the little prince, isn't it for your own ambition? And I, as the little prince's brother, do you think I will help you harm him? Qin Feiyang sneered. Why does it sound so funny coming from your mouth? If you really care about these brotherly feelings, would you have cruelly killed the first prince and the others? The state preceptor retorted. Qin Feiyang grinned and said, After killing the first prince, isn't your Zhuge family the one who feels the most heartache? What do you mean? The state preceptor suddenly stood up. Nothing, I'm just saying, don't be so nervous. Qin Feiyang's face was full of ridicule. The state preceptor's eyes flickered. Why would this boy say such words? The one who felt heartache for the first prince was their Zhuge family. Could it be that this boy had already noticed something? Qin Feiyang changed the topic and said with a smile, Actually, it's not difficult for me to help you. The state preceptor looked at him suspiciously. Qin Feiyang said, Use a divine art in exchange. You! The state preceptor was furious. Don't be in a hurry to get angry. This world has always been like this. Only when there is effort there will be gain. Although now you will lose a divine art, but you can use this to achieve your ambition. If you really want to calculate, Lord State Preceptor, you will only gain and not lose. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. The State Preceptor fell silent. If he could use a divine art in exchange for the great Qin's empire, of course it was worth it. However, he was afraid that Qin Feiyang would play tricks with him, and end up in a situation where he would suffer a double loss. Go back and think about it carefully. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and directly ordered him to leave. The State Preceptor gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice, There's no need to think about it. This old man will agree to you now. However, I don't have a divine art, but I have a divine artifact. Moreover, you have to promise to help this old man and help the little prince ascend to the throne. As expected of the state preceptor, you are decisive and direct. So what if it's a divine artifact? Give it to me! Qin Feiyang's face was full of admiration, and he reached out with a smile. The state preceptor took a deep breath, and with a thought, a divine light swept out from his sea of qi and flew in front of Qin Feiyang. It was a book. However, it was different from ordinary books. This book was made of an unknown divine metal, and it was suffused with a jet-black light. A shocking murderous aura could be felt from afar. On the cover of the book, there were 3 bold words written on it. 10,000 Beasts Diagram. These 3 words seemed to be condensed from divine power. Every stroke carried an imposing aura that oppressed the soul. 10,000 Beasts Diagram. Qin Feiyang frowned. Although this iron book did have the aura of a divine artifact, he still couldn't help but wonder if it was really a divine artifact. What's wrong? You suspect that it's fake? Seeing Qin Feiyang not speaking for a long time, the state preceptor frowned and said. Qin Feiyang nodded and said, Yes, you can only blame yourself for being too cunning. I have to guard against it. Or is it this old man's fault? The state preceptor suddenly couldn't help but be angry and said, Now this old man will erase the blood contract and let you drip blood to recognize it as your master to verify its authenticity. After saying that, with a thought, the blood contract immediately dissipated. Qin Feiyang didn't hesitate, and immediately dripped blood to recognize it as his master. After recognizing it as his master, a huge amount of information immediately poured into Qin Feiyang's mind. Qin Feiyang looked carefully. In the end, a trace of surprise climbed up on his face. This 10,000 Beasts diagram was really a divine artifact. There were a total of 99 pages. Each page was made of divine iron and as thin as a cicada's wing. And according to the information, these 99 pages, each page could summon a beast spirit to help the master fight. In other words, this 10,000 beasts diagram could summon 99 beast spirits to fight for him. The beast spirits on each page were different. Moreover, these 99 beast spirits were all divine beast spirits. For example, Divine Dragon, Fire Phoenix, Qilin, Torch Dragon, Hell God Hound, and so on. The most important thing was that these beast spirits were immortal and indestructible. If they were scattered by someone, they could be summoned again the next day. Unless the 10,000 beasts diagram was destroyed. However, soon, the joy in Qin Feiyang's heart was replaced by vigilance. He knew the state preceptor too well. With the state preceptor's character, it was impossible for him to simply give him a divine artifact. The state preceptor said impatiently, This old man has already given you the divine artifact, shouldn't you fulfill your promise now? I can't run away, why are you in such a hurry? Qin Feiyang smiled and was about to open the cover and open the first page. However, he was surprised to find that he couldn't open the cover. And? He frowned slightly and tried again, but he still couldn't open it. Immediately, Qin Feiyang looked up at the state preceptor and asked, What's going on? The state preceptor said, The 10,000 beasts diagram can only be opened when you break through to the real war god. There's such a thing? Qin Feiyang was shocked. What else do you think? If I could flip it open, I would have flipped it open when I fought with Renduxing back then. The state preceptor snorted coldly. I was wondering why you haven't used the 10,000 beasts diagram before. It turns out that you can't open it. Qin Feiyang suddenly said. You've gotten a big bargain. According to this old man's estimation, this 10,000 beasts diagram is at least on the same level as Chang Shui and the castle. The state preceptor said. On the same level as Chang Shui? Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled noncommittally. Although he didn't know what level Chang Shui and the castle were. But he was sure that this so-called 10,000 beasts diagram was definitely not comparable to Chang Shui and the castle. However, it needed to wait until the war god to open it. It seemed that this 10,000 beasts diagram was not a low-level artifact. Okay. Then I'll accept it. Qin Feiyang chuckled and with a thought, the 10,000 beasts diagram entered the Qi Sea and floated next to Chang Shui. Then, he grabbed the imperial jade seal again and looked at it left and right. There was a glimmer of light in the depths of his eyes. Wait a minute. Qin Feiyang looked up at the state preceptor and said, then took the jade box and the imperial jade seal and entered the castle. Lu Jing got up and walked to Qin Feiyang's side. Looking at the imperial jade seal in his hand, his pupils shrank slightly and said, sure enough, it can be passed off as genuine. What's fake will never be real. Qin Feiyang raised the corner of his mouth, took out Chang Shui and carefully scratched the bottom of the imperial jade seal. Immediately, a gap appeared. Chapter 1370. What are you doing now? Lu Jing looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. I'm making a mark. Qin Feiyang smiled and put the heirloom seal into the jade box. Then he cut his wrist and the purple gold dragon blood flowed into the jade box. After a while, the entire heirloom seal was soaked in the purple gold dragon blood. Lu Jing looked at this scene in surprise and asked, little cousin, have you thought of a question? Qin Feiyang was stunned and asked in confusion. What question? Lu Jing said. When the emperor expelled you from the imperial palace, was his purpose to force you into a desperate situation and stimulate your potential so that your bloodline could revert to its ancestral state? Lu Jing, are you a spy sent by the emperor? What spy? He's an idiot. Fatso and the white-eyed wolf said disdainfully. I'm just saying my guess. Besides, it's not impossible. Do you have to mock me like this? Lu Jing glared at them with dissatisfaction. Absolutely impossible. Fatso shook his finger and said in a firm tone. Why? Lu Jing was suspicious. Think about it. If it's really like what you said that the emperor expelled Boss from the imperial capital to stimulate little Qinzi's potential and force his bloodline to revert to its ancestral state, then why does the emperor continue to fight with him now that little Qinzi has done it? Fatso said. Lu Jing was stunned and nodded. That's true. Fatso mocked. That's why we said that you're an idiot. Lu Jing rolled his eyes and looked at Qin Feiyang. But I have a feeling that there's something hidden here. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed, and he asked calmly, then what do you think is hidden here? Lu Jing's face darkened and he said angrily, boy, you're not being honest. Are you trying to trick me? Qin Feiyang smiled embarrassedly. So this guy wasn't stupid after all. Lu Jing rolled his eyes and waved his hand. All right. Let's not talk about this anymore. What's your next step? What other plans could there be? Naturally, I'm going to continue my battle with the imperial advisor. Qin Feiyang smiled coldly as he left the castle and appeared in the main hall. State Preceptor immediately looked at the jade box in Qin Feiyang's hand. Take it. Qin Feiyang sat on the chair and said lightly. The State Master nodded at Yan Wei. Yan Wei quickly walked to the front of Qin Feiyang and returned to the side of the State Preceptor with both hands holding the jade box. The Imperial Preceptor looked at the purple gold dragon blood in the jade box and immediately beamed with joy. He cupped his hands and said, Thank you. I also wish us a happy cooperation. I'm sure it will be very enjoyable. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. The State Preceptor took a deep look at Qin Feiyang, then opened a portal and left with Yan Wei. Qin Feiyang also entered the castle again. He took out the 10,000 beasts illustration and handed it to Lu Jing. Take it back and let Second Grandpa take a look. Is there any problem with this divine artifact? You're too cautious. Lu Jing was speechless. He took the 10,000 beasts illustration and looked at it curiously. I have no choice. I have to be cautious when facing the State Preceptor. Qin Feiyang sighed. Lu Jing looked up at him and nodded helplessly. All right, I'll go back right away. Who told me to have a troublesome cousin like you? I don't even think you're troublesome. Qin Feiyang glared at him fiercely, then waved his hand and sent Lu Jing back to the castle. Fatso rolled his eyes, got up and ran to Qin Feiyang's side, and whispered a few words stealthily. Qin Feiyang listened and frowned. They clearly don't want to see me? It's not appropriate for me to run over like this, is it? Fatso said. At worst, we won't show up and just observe in secret. Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment and nodded. All right, I've long wanted to know where the Lu family is hiding anyway. After that, he raised his hand and waved, and the scene in front of him appeared. He saw that Lu Jing had already entered the portal. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed, and he drove the castle in. At the same time, in a courtyard, the state preceptor stood in the hall, looking at the jade box on the tea table. The excitement on his face could not be concealed. Yan Wei looked at the jade box suspiciously, then looked at the state preceptor and said, Your Excellency, I still don't understand why you need Qin Feiyang's blood to imitate the imperial jade seal. The state preceptor said, You're wrong. It's not that you need Qin Feiyang's blood, but that you need purple gold dragon blood. You need purple gold dragon blood? Yan Wei was startled, and asked puzzledly, Why is that? The state preceptor explained. Back then, when the previous emperor created the imperial jade seal, he fused some purple gold dragon blood into it. Therefore, the real imperial jade seal carries the aura of the purple gold dragon blood. Yan Wei suddenly said. So that's how it is. That's why you went to Qin Feiyang and asked for the purple gold dragon blood. There's nothing I can do about it. In the world today, only he has the purple gold dragon blood. If I don't ask him for help, I won't be able to deceive Emperor Hong. The state preceptor's face was full of helplessness. Yan Wei frowned and said, Then you don't have to look for him personally. We can think of other ways, such as finding an opportunity to plot against him. Wouldn't we be able to get the purple gold dragon blood? It's not that this old man hasn't thought of other ways. But you also know that some time ago, Shuge Jinghong was clamoring every day, and even insulted his mother, but he still couldn't force him to make a move. Moreover, he has the ancient castle. If he encounters danger, he can hide in it at any time. So, this old man is too lazy to waste this time, the state preceptor said. That makes sense. Yan Wei nodded and said, However, this lowly one still thinks that using a divine artifact to exchange for the purple gold dragon blood is too great a price. It doesn't matter. This old man doesn't care about a mere divine artifact at all, because as long as this old man wants it, I can get it at any time. Moreover, a divine artifact that can't be revived, even if it is given to him, he can't use it. The state preceptor said disdainfully. And? Yan Wei was surprised. Such a big tone? Did he think that divine artifacts were cabbages? Sir, your words scared this lowly one quite a bit. How can a divine artifact be obtained so easily? Yan Wei didn't dare to ask directly, so he beat around the bush. The state preceptor looked at him indifferently, didn't answer, and began to fuse with the purple gold dragon blood. Yan Wei didn't dare to say anything anymore. Because the more you speak, the more mistakes you make. Once there were too many questions, it would definitely arouse the state preceptor's suspicion. However, this matter had to be quickly informed of Qin Feiyang. If it was really like what the state preceptor said, then there was probably a mysterious force behind the state preceptor. Otherwise, how could he dare to say such big words? At this time, it was late at night. The dark night shrouded the mountains and rivers, making everything seem mysterious and unpredictable. A village was located in a certain mountain range. The people in the village had already fallen asleep, and it was particularly quiet. In front of one of the courtyards, an old man dressed in linen was lying on an old wooden armchair, fanning the cattail leaf fan in his hand while admiring the moonlight. He looked quite comfortable. Second Grandpa, I really envy your life, carefree all day. Suddenly, a voice filled with jealousy sounded. Then, a dark-skinned young man appeared in front of the old man. It was Lu Jing. I'm old and useless. I can only stay in the village, drink tea, and admire the moon. What's there to envy? If I really want to talk about envy, it's an old man like me. I envy young people like you. You have the energy, the drive, and the courage to do anything. Second Grandpa glanced at Lu Jing and chuckled. Will you die if you don't pretend? Lu Jing pursed his lips. Of course, he only dared to say this in his heart. Second Grandpa asked, Why are you back? Lu Jing was immediately dissatisfied and said, "That's strange. This is my home. I can come back whenever I want. Why do you care?" Second Grandpa said helplessly, "I didn't say that I care. But since you're back, there must be something." Lu Jing said angrily, "I'm puzzled. Can I come back if there's nothing?" The veins on Second Grandpa's forehead bulged, and he said with a dark face, "The generation gap between us is too big. We can't chat." "Hee hee. You've finally said something right," Lu Jing said with a smirk. "Are you looking for a beating?" Second Grandpa pretended to be angry. Lu Jing hurriedly took a few steps back, waved his hand, and said with a smile, "Let's stop joking. See if there's any problem with this." After that, Lu Jing took out the picture of 10,000 beasts. Second Grandpa looked at the picture of 10,000 beasts, and his eyes suddenly lit up. He said, "It's actually a divine artifact. Where did you find it? How can I have this ability?" "My little cousin extorted it from the state preceptor." Lu Jing shook his head and said, "This boy is quite capable. He can actually snatch the divine artifact from the state preceptor." Second Grandpa's face was full of praise. Lu Jing said, "Second Grandpa, why do I feel that in your eyes, his grandson is more important than me, your biological grandson? What nonsense are you talking about? You are all my grandchildren. Of course, I will treat you equally. But I have to admit that he is indeed more promising than you," Second Grandpa said with a smile. Lu Jing almost raised his middle finger. Second Grandpa took the picture of 10,000 beasts and looked at it carefully for a moment. A trace of suspicion gradually crept into his old eyes. "Is there a problem?" Seeing this, Lu Jing asked in surprise. "Wait." Second Grandpa waved his hand and released his divine sense into the picture of 10,000 beasts. The suspicion in his eyes grew stronger. A moment later, he withdrew his divine sense and shook his head. "There is no problem with the picture of 10,000 beasts, but I found a bigger problem." "Why do your words sound so contradictory?" Lu Jing frowned. At this moment, Qin Feiyang was in the void above the two of them, looking at the village curiously. But when he heard Second Grandpa's words, he immediately changed the picture and locked on to Second Grandpa. Second Grandpa was silent for a while. He looked up at Lu Jing and asked, "Are you sure this divine artifact belongs to the state preceptor?" "Of course. The state preceptor personally gave it to my little cousin," Lu Jing said. "Strange." Second Grandpa looked at the picture of 10,000 beasts again, his old face full of doubts. "What's the matter? Can you explain it clearly?" Lu Jing said angrily. Second Grandpa said, "I know all the divine artifacts in the Great Qin Empire, but I have never seen this picture of 10,000 beasts." "What?" Lu Zheng's expression froze. Second Grandpa continued, "Not only have I never seen it, but I have never even heard of it. And I know the state preceptor like the back of my hand. I am sure that he did not have this divine artifact before." "You mean that the state preceptor only got this divine artifact recently?" Chapter 1371. "Yes." Second Grandpa nodded. "It can't be. Why don't I know where to get the divine artifact in the Great Qin Empire?" Lu Zheng frowned in disbelief. "There is no place in the Great Qin Empire to get the divine artifact. This is also what I can't figure out. Where did he get this 10,000 beasts diagram?" Second Grandpa's expression became serious for the first time. "Boss, it seems that there is really a problem in the castle." Fatso got up and walked to Qin Feiyang's side. He looked at Second Grandpa and Lu Jing and said. Qin Feiyang also frowned. Outside. Second Grandpa pondered for a moment. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something. His old eyes flashed, and he sneered. "I think I know." "Know what?" Lu Jing asked quickly. Second Grandpa glanced at Lu Jing. The light in his eyes dissipated and he returned to normal. He smiled and said, "Nothing. Go back and tell Feiyang that there is no problem with this divine artifact. Don't worry and keep it by your side." Second Grandpa, blood is thicker than water. Do you have to hide it from me? Lu Jing suddenly became angry. Why does a little brat know so much? Second Grandpa glared at him and threw the 10,000 beasts diagram to Lu Jing. Lu Jing grabbed the 10,000 beasts diagram and stared at Second Grandpa, his face full of anger. Why are you standing there? Go back and report to Fei Yang, Second Grandpa said. Report to him? Lu Jing was even angrier when he heard this. He roared, Who do you think I am? Qin Fei Yang's little brother? Second Grandpa suddenly stood up and sneered. How dare you pretend to be a little master in front of me? You are really itching for a beating. Oh no! Lu Zheng's face changed. He quickly turned around and ran away. Looking at Lu Jing disappearing into the night, Second Grandpa couldn't help shaking his head and scolding with a smile. What a brat! After that, he looked up at the full moon. A cold light flashed in his eyes and disappeared in an instant. Fatso said, Second Grandpa seems to know something? He should know everything, but he won't say anything. I can't do anything to him. Qin Fei Yang shook his head helplessly. Gradually, there was a trace of surprise in his eyes. As the castle's vision became more and more, Qin Fei Yang didn't say anything. He sped up the castle and soon reached the top of the clouds. On all sides of the island, there was a vast ocean that stretched as far as the eye could see. This was because there was only one sea of reincarnation in the imperial capital. I really didn't expect the Lu family to be hiding in this place. Qin Fei Yang observed for a while and was about to leave. But suddenly, he noticed that not far from the village, in the center of the island, there seemed to be 2 stone statues. Go and cultivate! After saying this to Fatso, Qin Fei Yang activated the concealment spell, left the castle, and swooped toward the center of the island. As he got closer and closer, he finally saw it clearly. They were indeed 2 stone statues. The 2 stone statues were more than 100 feet high, like 2 mountains, standing side by side in a square, exuding a threatening aura. Qin Fei Yang was too familiar with one of the stone statues. It was a middle-aged man. He stood on a purple gold dragon and held a broken sword in his hand. He was like an overlord of heaven and earth, looking down on the sky. Who else could this stone statue be but his ancestor? The other stone statue was also a middle-aged man. He was thinner than the Qin Emperor, but it didn't affect Qin Fei Yang's impression of him at all. He was tall and straight, standing on a fire phoenix, holding a long spear in his hand, looking askance at the sky. He was like a king who ruled the world, domineering. Qin Fei Yang landed on the square and looked at the middle-aged man's face. This person. He had never seen him before. But he should be the Lu family's ancestor to be worshipped here and be on an equal footing with the Lu family's ancestor. Suddenly, Qin Fei Yang noticed from the corner of his eyes that there was an ancient stone tablet on the other side of the square. He flew over with a trace of doubt. But before he got close, he suddenly stopped and fixed his eyes on the bottom of the stone tablet. There, an old man in black was sitting cross-legged. The old man closed his eyes and looked serene. He was wearing the same plain clothes as the second grandpa. Qin Fei Yang couldn't sense any aura from the old man, but looking at the old man, Qin Fei Yang couldn't help but feel a sense of panic. He felt that there seemed to be a terrible beast lurking in the old man's body. There was no doubt. This old man must be a false god. Qin Fei Yang looked away and glanced at the square. His eyes were full of doubt. What was this place? Why was there a false god guarding it? Buzz! Suddenly, there was a buzzing sound. Qin Fei Yang looked at the old man again. The old man took out an image crystal and a shadow appeared. It was the second grandpa. The second grandpa looked at the old man in black and said, Third grandpa, come to the underground. I have something important to discuss with you. I'll be right there. The old man in black nodded, got up and looked around. Then he disappeared in an instant. Underground? Qin Fei Yang was suspicious. Was there anything under the island? He glanced at the ground and flew to the stone tablet. Looking up, for bold words came into his sight, exuding a magnificent aura. Land of inheritance. Qin Feiyang was stunned. This was the land of inheritance of the Liu family. Buzz. At this moment, his image crystal also began to vibrate. Qin Feiyang hurriedly entered the castle, turned off the concealment spell, and took out the image crystal. Lu Zheng's shadow appeared. Where are you? I've been calling you for a long time. Why didn't you respond? Lu Zheng was standing in the bright sky palace at this moment, looking at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. I have something to deal with. I'll go back later, Qin Feiyang said. Lu Zheng said. Then hurry up. I'm alone in the Imperial Palace. I'm a little scared. Got it. Qin Feiyang nodded, put away the image crystal, and appeared in the square again. Land of inheritance. He looked at the two statues and fell into deep thought. Since it was the land of inheritance, there must be an inheritance. And the Liu family was also his family. As a family member, could he get an inheritance here? At this point, he raised his arm, cut his index finger, and 2 drops of purple gold dragon blood flowed out. Then, with a wave of his hand, the 2 drops of purple gold dragon blood broke through the air and fell between the eyebrows of the 2 stone statues. The 2 drops of purple gold dragon blood gradually seeped into the stone statue's eyebrows and finally disappeared. Buzz! All of a sudden, a dazzling divine light emerged from the stone statues of the Liu family's ancestors, like the divine flames of the phoenix, shining in all directions. At first glance, the stone statues of the Liu family's ancestors, as well as the stone statues of the fire phoenix under their feet, seemed to be coming to life. Can I really get the inheritance? Qin Feiyang was shocked. He was completely tentative, but he didn't expect that the Liu family's ancestors really gave him the inheritance. The next question was, should he stay and accept the inheritance, or should he leave immediately? If he stayed and accepted the inheritance, he would definitely be caught red-handed by his second grandpa and the rest. But if he left, it meant that he would lose the inheritance. He really couldn't bear to do so. After all, the Liu family's ancestors were from the same era as the late emperor, and they were good friends. The inheritance that they left behind was definitely not simple. I don't believe that they will kill me after they catch me. In the end, Qin Feiyang gritted his teeth and strode to the statue of the Liu family's ancestors. He sat cross-legged below and closed his eyes. Whoosh! Immediately, a ray of divine flame shot out from between the eyebrows of the statue and rushed into Qin Feiyang's eyebrows. A huge amount of information immediately surged into his sea of consciousness. Fire Phoenix Technique! Qin Feiyang's heart trembled. He immediately calmed down and concentrated on comprehending the inheritance. Almost at the next moment, Second Grandpa and the old man in black almost at the same time arrived in the sky above the land of inheritance. What's going on? Looking at the statue shining with divine light, the 2 of them were stunned. Someone's here! After the old man in black came to his senses, he immediately noticed Qin Feiyang sitting cross-legged under the statue. Second Grandpa also looked down at once. Both of their eyes flashed with cold light. But when they saw Qin Feiyang's face clearly, they were instantly stunned. How could it be Qin Feiyang? The old man in black asked. Second brother, did you ask him to come? No. I don't know at all. Second Grandpa shook his head. Then how did he find this place? The old man in black asked. Second Grandpa was also dumbfounded. What's wrong? Swish! At this time, the 10 fake gods who had revived the sky mirror also arrived in the sky above the land of inheritance one after another. Second Grandpa said helplessly, See for yourself. The 10 of them glanced at the statue and then looked at Qin Feiyang. Without exception, they were all petrified on the spot. The scene fell into a dead silence. After a while, Second Grandpa seemed to think of something and said, In my opinion, he should have followed Lu Jing here. Hearing that, everyone was stunned. This little guy is really impossible to guard against. The old man in black shook his head and smiled bitterly. He looked at Second Grandpa and the others and said, What should we do now? Since we're already here, what else can we do? Besides, he's receiving the inheritance. We can't forcibly interrupt him. Second Grandpa shook his head and said. Everyone had a helpless expression on their faces. Second Grandpa looked at Qin Feiyang with a trace of doting in his eyes and said, Let's go and continue to discuss that matter. Everyone nodded. The old man in black said, Lu Jing is too careless. Second brother, you must find a chance to teach him a lesson. Yes, he needs to be taught a lesson. Second Grandpa mumbled. The next moment, more than a dozen people disappeared in the sky above the land of inheritance. Time passed day by day. 8 days later, Qin Feiyang finally opened his eyes, which were full of joy. This Fire Phoenix incantation was actually exactly the same as the Fire Phoenix incantation that Lu Jing grasped. Chapter 1372. He had never thought that he would be able to obtain such a divine art. But while he was happy, he was also a little puzzled. According to the inherited memory, only the direct descendants of the Lu family could obtain the Fire Phoenix art. If it was before, he would not have any doubts about obtaining the Fire Phoenix art. Because, before the bloodline reversion, he also had half of the Lu family's bloodline power. After all, his mother was the biological daughter of the Lu family's great-grandpa. But now, he had already abolished the original bloodline power. In other words, he no longer had anything to do with the Lu family's bloodline power. But how did he get the Fire Phoenix art? He couldn't figure it out. Suddenly, he looked at the statue of the ancestor. Was it related to the ancestor again? After thinking about it, it seemed that this was the only possibility. Or perhaps, the ancestor of the Lu family had long predicted that one day he would come to the land of inheritance, so he included him. But this possibility was almost zero. Because when the ancestor of the Lu family left the inheritance, he didn't exist. No matter what, now I have another trump card in my hands. Qin Feiyang muttered. Fire Phoenix art, Divine Dragon art, Eclipse Moon, and Ruins art, 6 words divine art. No need to pretend. Now, even he was afraid of the deity arts he had mastered. Phew! Qin Feiyang took a deep breath, got up and bowed to the statue of the Lu family's ancestor to show his gratitude. Then, he bowed respectfully to the statue of the ancestor. Although he had never seen the ancestor, he was able to get to where he was today because of all the good fortune that the ancestor had given him. He didn't dare to forget this great kindness. Nor could he forget it. Very good. Suddenly, a hoarse voice sounded. Qin Feiyang was startled and looked towards the voice, only to see the old man in black sitting cross-legged on the stone tablet, looking at him. That night, after the old man in black finished discussing with the second grandpa and the others, he returned to the land of inheritance. But he didn't say anything to disturb Qin Feiyang. Of course, Qin Feiyang also knew. Not only did he know that the old man in black had returned, but he also knew that the second grandpa and the 10 false gods had appeared. However, at that time, he couldn't be distracted. With a nervous heart, Qin Feiyang walked to the black-clothed old man and bowed. Greetings, senior. Senior? The black-clothed old man was stunned. Then, he shook his head and smiled. Just call me third grandpa. Calling me senior makes us seem too distant. Third grandpa? Qin Feiyang was slightly taken aback. You're the same as second grandpa. You're my grandfather's younger brother? Yes. Third grandpa nodded and smiled. Looking at the kind smile on third grandpa's face, Qin Feiyang immediately felt a long-lost sense of closeness. They were both his closest elders, but compared to this old man in front of him, the difference was more than 100,000 miles. Greetings, third grandpa. Qin Feiyang bowed and said. Good child. Third grandpa stood up and stretched out his big hand that was covered with calluses and frowns. He grabbed Qin Feiyang's hand and carefully sized up Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang felt a little embarrassed from being stared at like that. Sigh. After a long time, third grandpa sighed deeply and said, We've made you suffer all these years. Will you blame us? I used to. But now, I don't have any. Because I know that you all have your difficulties. Although I don't know what the difficulties are, I understand that if possible, you won't sit by and do nothing. Qin Feiyang lowered his head and said. Third Grandpa said, You're really a sensible child. Please forgive us, because there are some things that we can't tell you yet. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. All right, let's not talk about these unhappy things. Since you're already here, then treat this place as your home, no? Look at my head. I'm getting old and confused. This is your home. You can stay here as long as you want, Third Grandpa said with a smile. My home, Qin Feiyang murmured and couldn't help but feel sad. He looked up at Third Grandpa and said with a smile, Thank you, Grandpa. Silly child. We're family. Why are you thanking me? Go. Your second grandpa is waiting for you. He blamed himself more than anyone for not taking care of you all these years. Third Grandpa sighed. Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded. Big brother, Yan Wei is looking for you. However, at this time, Fatso's voice sounded in Qin Feiyang's mind. Why is he looking for me? Qin Feiyang asked secretly. It seems that the state preceptor is ready to take action, Fatso said. Ask him to wait. I'll go in right away. Qin Feiyang said secretly, then looked at Third Grandpa and said, Third Grandpa, someone is looking for me. I have to go to the castle first. Go! Third Grandpa nodded. With a thought, Qin Feiyang appeared in the ancient castle. These days, Yan Wei sent messages to Qin Feiyang more than once, but Qin Feiyang didn't respond to him every time. At first, he was very anxious. He was afraid that something would happen to Qin Feiyang. But when he sent a message to Fatso and learned from Fatso and others that Qin Feiyang was receiving the inheritance of the Lu family, he was surprised and sincerely happy for Qin Feiyang. But what made him happy was not that Qin Feiyang received the inheritance, but that Qin Feiyang finally found his grandfather's home and reunited with his grandfather's family. Because he knew Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang was a person who longed for family more than anyone else. Seeing Qin Feiyang appear, Yan Wei immediately asked with a smile, What inheritance did you get in the Lu family? Fatso and others also looked at Qin Feiyang curiously. Although they knew that Qin Feiyang got the inheritance, they didn't know what inheritance it was. Fire Phoenix Technique, Qin Feiyang said with a smile. What? Fire Phoenix Technique? Everyone was dumbfounded. Fatso said, Boss, don't tell Fat Lord that the Fire Phoenix Technique you got is the same as Lu Zheng's. It's the same, Qin Feiyang said. This? Fatso was stunned for a moment, then suddenly laughed out loud and said, If Lu Zheng knows about this, I think his expression will be very interesting. White-Eyed Wolf, Lu Hong, and the others couldn't help but laugh out loud. You guys just want to see the world in chaos. Qin Feiyang looked at everyone helplessly, then raised his head to look at Yan Wei and said, You said that the Imperial Preceptor is ready to take action? Yes. Yan Wei nodded. Is there an exact time? Qin Feiyang asked. Yan Wei nodded and said, He is about to go to the 9 continents to meet up with Zhuge Wuhou. Zhuge Wuhou is in the 9 continents. Qin Feiyang frowned. Yes. Because he wants to find the Emperor's substitute, Zhuge Wuhou went to the 9 continents first. Yan Wei said. I'll go to the pagoda right away. Be careful, Qin Feiyang exhorted. Then, he turned off the image crystal and appeared beside Third Grandpa. Without waiting for Third Grandpa to speak, Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and said, Third Grandpa, I have some urgent matters to attend to and have to return to the Imperial City immediately. I'll have to trouble you to tell Second Grandpa that I'll pay my respects to him after I'm done. Third Grandpa was stunned and asked, What's the matter? Can you handle it alone? Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. Third Grandpa waved his hand and said, All right, go ahead. Let's meet again in the future. Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and said. Then, he immediately opened a teleportation gate that led to the Bright Sky Palace and walked in without looking back. Big brother, did you see that? This grandson of yours is even more outstanding than you expected. Looking at the dissipating teleportation gate, Third Grandpa muttered to himself. Bastard, you're finally willing to come back? What did you tell me that day? I have something to attend to and will return later. But in the end, you made me wait here for a full 8 days. Tell me, what do you mean? Did you do it on purpose? If you don't make it clear today, I'm not done with you. As soon as Qin Feiyang returned to the Bright Sky Palace, he was immediately scolded by Lu Jing. Don't be angry. Aren't I back now? Qin Feiyang smiled embarrassedly. Don't play dumb with me. Lu Jing roared, his face full of anger. This? Qin Feiyang was a little embarrassed. If Lu Jing knew that he followed behind and sneaked into the Lu family that day, he would definitely be even angrier. Speak! Lu Jing roared. Qin Feiyang said impatiently. I'm not in the mood to talk nonsense with you now. If you want to know, go back and ask Second Grandpa. Ask Second Grandpa? Did you go to my Lu family? Lu Jing was bewildered. Qin Feiyang ignored him and lowered his head to ponder. Lu Jing was extremely annoyed. Suddenly he grinned and said, Little cousin, don't forget that the 10,000 beasts diagram is still in my hands. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and looked up at Lu Jing. Seeing Lu Jing's smug look, Qin Feiyang was too lazy to talk nonsense. With a thought, the 10,000 beasts diagram immediately rushed out of Lu Jing's Jianquan bag and disappeared into his sea of qi. The 10,000 beasts diagram had his blood contract. Lu Jing's cultivation was not as high as his. Wanting to use the 10,000 beasts diagram to threaten him was simply a pipe dream. Seeing that the 10,000 beasts diagram was snatched back by Qin Feiyang just like that, Lu Jing's face suddenly turned green and red. Just as he was about to get angry, Qin Feiyang waved his hand and opened a portal. Lu Jing was taken aback and frowned. Where are you going? Follow me if you're interested. If not, wait for me here. After saying this, Qin Feiyang turned around and entered the teleportation gate. Lu Jing raised his eyebrows and rushed into the portal with a big stride. The next moment, the two appeared in the sky above a mountain range. Here, mountains were stacked, ancient trees towered into the sky, and ferocious beasts exuded extremely strong ferocity. Isn't this the back mountain of the Imperial Palace? Lu Jing glanced down and frowned. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded and led Lu Jing into the castle. Then, he drove the castle straight to the Spirit Pagoda. Seeing Lu Jing enter the castle, Fatso, the white-eyed wolf, and the other beasts immediately opened their eyes full of ridicule. Lu Jing didn't care at first. But soon, he felt that something was wrong. Why were these guys looking at him so strangely? Seeing that everyone didn't look away for a long time, Lu Jing finally couldn't help but frown. Why are you looking at me like that? Is there a problem? No. Fatso waved his hand repeatedly, but the ridicule on his face was even stronger. The Wolf King, the two-winged snow eagle, the thunder leopard, and the other beasts couldn't help but laugh. What's going on? Lu Jing scratched his head, looking puzzled. Chapter 1373. Soon, Qin Feiyang drove the ancient castle and rushed to the pagoda. The pagoda's door was closed. Elder Qin and the commander of the Kirin army sat cross-legged on both sides of the pagoda, cultivating with their eyes closed. Qin Feiyang didn't go out either. He stood in the castle and looked at the two quietly. Time passed by breath. Suddenly, two figures descended in front of the pagoda. It was the imperial tutor and Yan Wei. Swish! Elder Qin immediately opened his eyes. Two sharp lights burst out of his eyes as he looked at the two and said, "What are you doing here?" The imperial tutor said proudly, "Who are you to interfere with what I want to do? Open the door, don't waste my and Emperor Hong's time." Elder Qin's face darkened. Sure enough, he used Emperor Hong to threaten him again. "What should we do?" the commander of the Kirin army asked secretly. "It doesn't matter. His Majesty has fused with the Divine Order. Even if the Imperial Tutor goes to the 9 states personally, he won't be able to find His Majesty." Elder Qin smiled secretly. He raised his old hand and waved gently. The pagoda's stone door slowly opened. These days, Elder Qin had also told the commander of the Kirin army about the emperor. After the stone door opened, the imperial tutor looked at Elder Qin and Elder Qin with disdain. Then, he swaggered into the pagoda with Yan Wei and walked straight to the teleportation altar that led to the spiritual state. The imperial tutor looked at the altar. His eyes flashed. With a wave of his hand, a strand of pseudo-god power swept into the altar. The altar instantly revived. Then, the imperial tutor and Yan Wei stepped onto the altar and disappeared. How dare they? The commander of the Kirin army looked at the teleportation altar with undisguised anger in his eyes. Elder Qin said secretly, "Don't be impulsive. It won't do us any good to fall out with them now." Hearing this, the commander of the Kirin army couldn't help but look helpless. With the support of Emperor Hong, they couldn't beat the imperial tutor at all. "Why don't you go with them?" Lu Jing retracted his gaze and looked at the indifferent Qin Feiyang. "No need. Because they will be back soon," Qin Feiyang said lightly. Although Zhuge Wuhou had already planned with the imperial tutor before he left, Zhuge Wuhou did not know how long the imperial tutor would take to complete the imperial jade seal. This was because the 9 prefectures and the imperial capital were unable to communicate with each other. If the imperial jade seal was not completed and Zhuge Wuhou brought the corpse of the emperor back, then old man Qin would definitely be able to recognize it at a glance. So now, that was why the national master went to the spiritual state to meet with Zhuge Wuhou. In short, in order to achieve the desired effect, the imperial jade seal and the emperor's body must appear in front of Elder Qin at the same time. Just as Qin Feiyang had expected, in less than 100 breaths of time, the teleportation altar was revived again. Old Qin and the commander of the Kirin army were stunned. They quickly stood up and looked at the altar. Very soon, a group of people appeared and jumped off the altar one after another. The leader was none other than the imperial tutor. Next were Zhuge Wuhou, Zhuge Nanhua, Zhuge Nangong, and so on. They were the pillars of the Zhuge family. Yan Wei was also inside. But at this moment, Yan Wei was holding a corpse in his hands. This corpse was completely unrecognizable. Its clothes were tattered, and its body was a mess of flesh and blood. It had died a tragic death. But the blood had dried up. Obviously, it had been dead for a few days, and there was no aura on its body. Why is there a corpse? Old Qin and the commander were suspicious. Wait. The commander of the Kirin army's eyes trembled as he thought to himself. Old Qin, why does it look like His Majesty? Like His Majesty? Old Qin was stunned. He quickly looked at the corpse carefully, and his eyes trembled. Although the corpse was completely unrecognizable, its figure and outline were indeed very similar to the emperor. Impossible! Old Qin shook his head and muttered to himself. The national master glanced at Old Qin and the commander, and led Zhuge Wuhou and the others out of the pagoda proudly. Stop! Old Qin hurriedly said. The national master stopped and stood in the square in front of the pagoda. He turned to look at Old Qin and said indifferently, I still have important matters to attend to. If you have something to say, say it quickly. Old Qin pointed to the corpse in Yan Wei's arms and asked, Who is he? A hint of a smile flashed across the national master's eyes. He did not answer Old Qin. He looked at Zhuge Wuhou and the others and said, You guys have worked hard. Go back and rest first. Yes. Everyone respectfully responded and opened the portal to leave. Yan Wei looked at Old Qin and the commander, then looked at the national master and asked, Sir, where are we going? The national master said, Of course, to bring His Majesty's corpse to find Emperor Hong. Yan Wei sighed deeply and said, When Emperor Hong sees His Majesty's corpse, he will definitely be very sad. After all, His Majesty is his grandson. That's right. I never thought that His Majesty would actually die an unnatural death. The national master's eyes were filled with grief. Hearing the conversation between the two, Old Qin and the commander of the Kirin army felt like a bolt from the blue, their minds rumbling. The corpse in front of them was really His Majesty? The dead cannot be resurrected. My condolences. The National Master looked at the two of them and said. Then, he sighed and soared into the air. I don't believe it! Old Qin suddenly roared and stood in front of Yan Wei. Yan Wei's face changed. At this moment, Old Qin was like a venomous snake baring its fangs, giving people a strong sense of crisis. Old Qin, what are you doing? The National Master raised his eyebrows, landed beside Yan Wei, and said angrily. Old Qin stared at the corpse and said in a deep voice, I don't believe that he is His Majesty. I want to personally verify his identity. You are blaspheming His Majesty's dragon body. The National Master was furious. What's wrong? Guilty? Is this corpse fake? Old Qin sneered. How would this National Master dare to joke about such a big matter? However, if you want to verify his identity, it will be Emperor Hong himself. How can it be your turn? The National Master snorted. Old Qin said angrily. Emperor Hong lives in seclusion and doesn't understand His Majesty at all. What can he find out? The National Master's face sank and shouted. Old man, you have guts. You actually dare to doubt Emperor Hong? You want to verify it? Fine, this National Master will fulfill your wish. Look at what this is. The National Master waved his hand, and the Imperial Jade Seal appeared. N? Old Qin and the Kirin army commander were shocked and quickly rushed towards the Imperial Jade Seal. The National Master grabbed the Imperial Jade Seal in his hand and said, For the safety of the Imperial Jade Seal, you can only look at it from afar and not touch it. The two of them braked and stopped. The National Master opened his palm. The Imperial Jade Seal floated in his palm, emitting a strong purple-gold dragon blood aura. There is the aura of purple-gold dragon blood. It really is the Imperial Jade Seal. The Kirin army commander muttered, his face pale. His Majesty was really dead. Old Qin's entire body froze on the spot, his mouth kept muttering. How is this possible? The National Master laughed coldly, kept the Imperial Jade Seal, and looked at Old Qin. Do you still want to verify it? Old Qin acted as if he didn't hear anything. He was like a walking corpse, his eyes empty and lifeless. Suddenly, he quivered, raised his head to look at the National Master, and said word by word, We must verify it. You really won't give up until you fall into the Yellow River. Since you insist on verifying it, then be quick. Don't waste this National Master's time. The National Master said expressionlessly. The owner of this corpse was found by Zhuge Wuhou and the others in the 9 great continents with great difficulty. Other than the face, it was almost exactly the same as the Emperor. Of course, everyone had their own unique characteristics. For example, the moles on their bodies, the lines on their palms, and fingerprints. These characteristics could not be replicated, nor could they be disguised. But Zhuge Wuhou knew the characteristics of the Emperor like the back of his hand. And these. Naturally, it was the current Emperor-Empress who told Zhuge Wuhou. After all, as a woman who shared a bed with the Emperor, who knew the characteristics of the Emperor better than her. Thus, when Zhuge Wuhou forged this corpse, he erased all the characteristics that could prove the identity of the Emperor. In addition, at this moment, the corpse was completely unrecognizable. Its entire body was broken, and not a single part of it was complete. Therefore, the National Master was not worried at all that Elder Qin would be able to verify its authenticity. As expected, no matter how Elder Qin checked, he couldn't tell whether the corpse in front of him was real or fake. Yan Wei snorted coldly. The Imperial Jade Seal is the best proof. You are completely superfluous. Elder Qin was like an enraged lion, staring at Yan Wei and shouting. When is it your turn to interrupt? The National Master reached out to protect Yan Wei, looked at Elder Qin and said, He is my man, his words are equivalent to my words. Do you have any objections? Elder Qin stared at the National Master coldly. After a moment, he said in a deep voice, Where did you find His Majesty? The National Master said, According to Zhuge Wuhou, we found him in a mountain in the spirit state. There are still many traces of battle left at the scene. The spirit state is a small place, and there isn't even a battle saint. Who can kill His Majesty? I think the real culprit who killed His Majesty should be Zhuge Wuhou and the others, Elder Qin said sternly. The National Master's face darkened as he said angrily, Killing the Emperor is a great crime that can lead to the extermination of 9 generations. Don't spout nonsense and slander others, Elder Qin said. Whether I'm slandering others or not, you know in your heart. I can't be bothered to talk nonsense with you. Let's go see Emperor Hong. The National Master coldly glanced at Elder Qin, then led Yen Wei into the depths of the back mountain. The commander of the Kirin army immediately looked at Elder Qin and said, Didn't you say that they couldn't find His Majesty? Then how did they find him now? How would I know? Elder Qin roared, his heart also extremely irritated. Inside the ancient castle, Lu Jing was puzzled. Little cousin, the National Master has already gone to see Emperor Hong. What are you still standing here for? That's not important. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. Lu Jing was stunned and asked, Then what's important? Qin Feiyang was silent, staring at Elder Qin in the image with a trace of anticipation in his eyes. Suddenly, Elder Qin looked at the commander of the Kirin army and said, Go to the spirit state immediately. Why are we going to the spirit state? The commander of the Kirin army was suspicious. To find His Majesty. I have a feeling that His Majesty wouldn't be so easily found by the Zhuge family, Elder Qin said in a deep voice. The commander of the Kirin army said, You mean, His Majesty might not be dead yet? Yes. Elder Qin nodded. The commander of the Kirin army asked, If His Majesty isn't dead, then how do you explain the imperial seal? If I tell you to go, then go. Why are you talking nonsense? Elder Qin said angrily. Okay, I'll go. Chapter 1374. But after a few steps, the commander of the Kirin army stopped again. What's wrong? Elder Qin looked at him in confusion. You are stronger than me. I think it's better for you to go, the commander of the Kirin army said. I can't go. Elder Qin shook his head. Why? The commander of the Kirin army asked. Because of the state preceptor. If the corpse is fake, then this must be a trap set by him. He wants to find His Majesty's whereabouts from me. So, I have to stay here and stop him, Elder Qin said in a deep voice. I see. The commander of the Kirin army suddenly understood. Without hesitation, he turned around and entered the pagoda. Elder Qin suddenly said, Wait. What's the matter? The commander of the Kirin army turned around and looked at him suspiciously. I'm about to faint because of the state preceptor. I forgot to tell you one more thing. Elder Qin rubbed his forehead. What is it? The commander of the Kirin army asked. When His Majesty first arrived at the Butterfly Valley, he destroyed the image crystal in order to disguise himself as a victim, Elder Qin said. Then how can I find him? The commander of the Kirin army said anxiously. Don't worry. Although His Majesty destroyed the image crystal, he bought a new one in the capital of the spiritual state. His Majesty only established a contract with one person with this image crystal, Elder Qin said. Then it must be you. The commander of the Kirin army laughed. Elder Qin shook his head and said, No, it's not me. It's the last disciple I took in the spiritual state. What? Last disciple? The commander of the Kirin army was surprised. Inside the ancient castle, Qin Feiyang was also shocked. This old man took in a disciple in the spiritual state without anyone knowing? Who was so lucky? One had to know. It was a great honor to be chosen by a fake god and be taken in as a last disciple. Similarly, anyone who could catch the eye of a false god would definitely be a monstrous genius. The commander of the Kirin army regained his composure and said with a smile, Elder Qin, you have never accepted a disciple. Even a genius like Zhuge Mingyang is not worthy of your attention. I'm really curious. What kind of little guy can make you change your mind? Yiglao said. A little girl called Murongjing. Murongjing? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Why did this name sound so familiar? Yiglao continued. As for her talent, be it in cultivation or alchemy, it can only be considered average. However, she has a good personality and is sensible. She also keeps a low profile. This old man quite likes her. Accepting her as my disciple can also be considered fate. Elder Qin was about to tell the commander of the Kirin army about his fate with Murong Jing, but he suddenly shook his head and said, "Now is not the time to talk about this. Go and find her when you arrive at the spiritual state. She is in alchemy room number 1 in the inner palace. It's easy to find her." "Does she know your majesty's identity?" the commander of the Kirin army asked. Elder Qin said, "She doesn't even know my identity and cultivation strength, let alone your majesty. I only told her that your majesty is my good friend." "What does she look like? Also, give me the coordinates of the inner palace," the commander of the Kirin army said. Although he was a big shot in imperial capital, he didn't know much about the situation in the spiritual state. Elder Qin glanced at the mountains and rivers around the spiritual pagoda warily and led the commander of the Kirin army into the spiritual pagoda. Qin Feiyang also drove the ancient castle into the spiritual pagoda. Elder Qin waved his hand, and the door of the spiritual pagoda quickly closed. Then, he looked at the commander of the Kirin army and said solemnly, "The reason why His Majesty established a contract bridge with such a small figure was because he was worried that something like today would happen again. So, when you go to see Murong Jing, don't let anyone see you." Then, he added, "Also, the fact that she's my disciple can't be told to anyone else, especially Qin Feiyang. If that brat finds out, with his personality, he'll definitely follow the clues and find Murong Jing." "I understand." The commander of the Kirin army nodded. He knew how important Murong Jing was. If Elder Qin couldn't leave or something happened, then Murong Jing would be the only person who could contact His Majesty. However, there was one thing that puzzled him. He looked at Elder Qin and asked in puzzlement, "Why didn't His Majesty establish a contract bridge with you?" "Because I attract too much attention, and my every move could be monitored. Especially Qin Feiyang. With the ancient castle, it's hard to guard against him. What if one day, when I send a message to His Majesty, he sees me? But Murong Jing is different. She's just a small figure, and no one knows her identity. Even if someone sees her, they wouldn't know that she's the only one who can contact His Majesty." Elder Qin smiled. "That makes sense." The commander of the Kirin army nodded. Qin Feiyang, who was in the castle, couldn't help but give Elder Qin a thumbs up. That was so thoughtful. If he didn't hear it with his own ears, he wouldn't even think about Murong Jing, let alone Murong Jing. Elder Qin smiled faintly and waved his hand. The power of the false god appeared, and the image of a young woman appeared in front of the two. "It's her." Qin Feiyang was stunned. It was a very ordinary-looking woman, but she had a great figure. She wore a snow-white dress, and her hair was draped over her shoulders. She looked like she was in her 20s. Although she looked ordinary, she had a unique aura that made it impossible for people to ignore her. "You know her?" Lu Jing asked. Qin Feiyang said with a wry smile. "I entered the inner palace with her. Of course I know her." "What kind of person is she?" Lu Jing was curious. If she could enter the inner palace with Qin Feiyang, she wouldn't be as ordinary as Elder Qin had said. Her talent isn't great, but she's quite talented in alchemy. Back in the spiritual state, other than Lu Xingchen and I, she was the only woman who could make supreme-grade elixirs. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Lu Jing pursed his lips and said, "I knew it. Old man Qin, this old man is talking nonsense." "He's not talking nonsense either. After all, he's a false god, and he's arrogant. How could he take Murong Jing's talent seriously? But Elder Qin is right about one thing. This woman is famous for being low-key in the state capital. Many people have asked her to make elixirs, including the treasure pavilion in the city, but she didn't agree." Qin Feiyang said. Lu Jing said, "So, she doesn't care about fame and fortune?" "She doesn't care at all. Maybe that's why Elder Qin accepted her as his disciple," Qin Feiyang said. "She's an interesting woman." I must meet her when I have the chance. Lu Jing lifted the corner of his mouth and revealed a playful look. Outside the inner city, Elder Qin gave the coordinates of the inner palace to the commander of the Kirin army, and gave a jade pendant to the commander of the Kirin army. He said that this was a token for Murong Jing. Only when she saw this token would Murong Jing help him contact the emperor. The commander of the Kirin army memorized the coordinates. After putting away the jade pendant, he immediately turned around and activated the teleportation altar. Soon he disappeared. However, Elder Qin didn't know that Qin Feiyang also followed the commander of the Kirin army into the teleportation altar. After the commander of the Kirin army disappeared, Elder Qin waved his hand and opened the gate of the pagoda. He walked to the square outside and glanced around the mountains with a chilling light flashing in his eyes. Then, he waved his hand again, and the stone pagoda of the pagoda closed tightly. At the same time, on the top of a mountain far away, the national master concealed his presence and stood by the cliff, looking at the pagoda and Elder Qin from afar. Yan Wei stood behind the national master respectfully with the corpse in his arms, looking at Elder Qin and the pagoda as well. Moments later, Yan Wei withdrew his gaze and said with a smile, "Sir, the commander of the Kirin army hasn't come out for a long time. As you expected, he must have gone to the spiritual state. What do you know? I want Elder Qin to go to the spiritual state, not the commander of the Kirin army," the national master said gloomily. "Is there a difference?" Yan Wei was puzzled. "Of course there is a difference. If Elder Qin goes, the pagoda will be guarded by the commander of the Kirin army. With his strength, he won't be able to stop this old man. Moreover, this old man can seize this opportunity to kill him. But now, Elder Qin wants the commander of the Kirin army to go to the spiritual state while he guards the pagoda. It's basically impossible for this old man to follow him to the spiritual state," the national master said angrily. Yan Wei nodded in realization. Suddenly, the national master rolled his eyes and looked at Yan Wei. "Go and test him." "How?" Yan Wei was suspicious. The national master said, "Go there now and say that you have something to do in the 9 states. If he stops you and even ignores Emperor Hong, it proves that he really knows the whereabouts of the emperor. This subordinate understands." Yan Wei nodded, put down the corpse, opened a portal, and descended in front of the pagoda. He really came. Elder Qin secretly sneered, looked at Yan Wei, and asked expressionlessly, "What are you doing here again?" This old man does not welcome the national master's lackey. Yan Wei frowned and said, "I am under the orders of the national master and Emperor Hong. I have something to do in the 9 states, and I ask Elder Qin to open the pagoda door." Bringing out Emperor Hong again? But this time, this old man will not take half a step back. Elder Qin secretly snorted, and said indifferently, "Since you are under the orders of Emperor Hong, then take out Emperor Hong's handwritten order, or else there is no need to talk." Hearing this, Yan Wei's eyes flashed, and he glanced in the direction of the national master and said, "Elder Qin, open the pagoda door, this will eliminate the national master's suspicion of you." Elder Qin was secretly shocked and asked, "What do you mean?" "The national master has long suspected that you know the whereabouts of the emperor. This time, he asked me to come here to test you. If you don't open the pagoda door, that will confirm his suspicions. On the contrary, if you open the pagoda door now, he will dispel his suspicions and will never bother you again." Yan Wei thought. Elder Qin's pupil shrank and said, "Aren't you the national master's subordinate? Why are you telling me this?" "Who said I was the national master's subordinate?" Yan Wei snickered. Elder Qin was surprised, and thought to himself, "If you are not the national master's man, then whose man are you? You will know in the future." Yan Wei smiled mysteriously. Elder Qin looked at him deeply, waved his hand, and the pagoda door quickly opened. In the distance, the national master was stunned. He actually opened the pagoda door? What was going on? Could it be that his previous guesses were all wrong? You are very smart, because the national master is watching from afar. Chapter 1375. The Imperial Master immediately turned to look at Yan Wei and asked, "What did you say?" Yan Wei said, "I didn't say anything. I just told him that I had received orders from you and Emperor Hong to make a trip to the 9 great provinces." He hesitated for a moment before directly opening the pagoda door. How could this be? Could it be that he doesn't know where the Emperor is? The Imperial Master frowned. This subordinate doesn't know. Yan Wei shook his head. He thought for a while and said, "Maybe it's because this subordinate's strength is weak, so he didn't really care." He added this sentence to leave himself a way out. Because the Emperor would return sooner or later. When the State Preceptor found out that old Qin actually knew, then with the State Preceptor's intelligence, he would definitely be suspicious of his actions today. The Imperial Master lowered his head and pondered for a while. He then looked at old Qin and said, "Let's not worry about this for now. Let's go see Emperor Hong and push the little prince to the throne." "Yes." Yan Wei nodded. He picked up the corpse on the ground and followed behind the Imperial Master, flying towards the depths of the mountain. Back to Qin Feiyang and the commander of the Kirin army. After entering the spirit state, the commander of the Kirin army immediately opened a teleportation door. But before entering the door, he pondered for a while. He then took out an illusion form pill and turned into a young man in his 20s before entering the door. Qin Feiyang also controlled the ancient castle and followed him in. In the next moment, the commander of the Kirin army and the ancient castle both landed on top of a mountain range. Mountain ranges, overlapping mountains, as far as the eye could see. Not far away, on top of a few majestic giant peaks, there was a huge building. That was the most important place in the inner palace. Pill Palace, Martial Palace, Resource Palace. At this moment, many inner palace disciples were moving around in the sky above each palace. The commander of the Kirin army glanced around and entered the forest below. Soon, he found a disciple of the Pill Palace in a forest. Without saying anything, he went forward and knocked that disciple out with a palm strike. He then suppressed his cultivation to the level of a 2-star combat emperor and changed into the disciple's clothes before flying towards the Pill Palace. Finally, he successfully snuck into the Pill Hall. But that disciple was pitiful. He was stripped naked, leaving only a pair of leggings. A moment passed. Pill Refining Room 1. The commander of the Kirin army stood outside and knocked on the stone door. Soon, the stone door opened, and a woman in white appeared in front of the commander of the Kirin army. That was right. It was Murong Jing. Murong Jing looked at the commander of the Kirin army and asked coldly, "What's the matter?" The commander of the Kirin army looked around the corridor and said in a low voice, "It was your master who asked me to find you." "Master?" Murong Jing's eyes trembled. She stepped aside and said, "Come in." The commander of the Kirin army strode in. Qin Feiyang naturally drove the castle into the alchemy room. After the commander of the Kirin army entered the alchemy room, Murong Jing immediately closed the stone door. She turned around and looked at the commander of the Kirin army and asked, "Is master doing well?" The commander of the Kirin army looked at Murong Jing and said with a smile, "He is doing very well. You don't have to worry." "Then who are you?" Murong Jing looked at him suspiciously. The commander of the Kirin army thought for a while and said, "I am your master's friend. I am here to ask you to help me contact someone." "Contact someone?" Murong Jing was stunned. She seemed to have thought of something and became alert. "Don't be nervous. I have your master's keepsake," the commander of the Kirin army said with a smile. He took out the jade pendant from his chest and handed it to Murong Jing. The jade pendant was as big as a baby's palm. There was a fire luan engraved on it, emitting a sparkling luster. Murong Jing grabbed the jade pendant and looked at it carefully. She then raised her head and looked at the commander of the Kirin army. She was still alert. What a cautious girl. The commander of the Kirin army smiled helplessly and said, "Don't worry. I am not a bad person. I am here because your master asked me to." Hearing this, Murong Jing let down her guard and returned the jade pendant to the commander of the Kirin army. Then, she walked to the side, took out the image crystal, and poured her battle chi into it. After a while, a shadow appeared. Who else could it be but the Emperor? But at this moment, the Emperor did not have the slightest majesty of an emperor. He was wearing an ordinary long robe and looked like an ordinary person. "Greetings, Senior." Murong-jing bowed. "Girl, what's the matter?" The Emperor looked at Murong-jing with an incomparably amiable smile on his face. "Are my eyes playing tricks on me? He is actually smiling so kindly?" Lu Jing was dumbfounded. And the commander of the Kirin army, who was standing on the side, looked up at the Emperor's figure. His face was full of excitement, and even his body was trembling. There were even tears of joy in the corners of his eyes. It was great. His Majesty was not dead, but then, his mind was full of doubts. Since His Majesty was not dead, then who was the corpse that the Imperial Preceptor brought back? How could the Imperial Preceptor have the Imperial Jade Seal? Murong-jing looked at the Emperor and smiled. "I am fine, but someone is looking for you." "Who is it?" the Emperor asked. "Me." The commander of the Kirin army quickly ran to Murong-jing's side. "You are?" The Emperor looked at him suspiciously. "Your Majesty." The commander of the Kirin army was about to call out "Your Majesty," but suddenly remembered that Murong-jing was still next to him. He said, "Can you give me the coordinates first? I will tell you slowly when I get there." "Who the hell are you?" The Emperor raised his eyebrows. The commander of the Kirin army said anxiously, "It is not convenient to talk here. And now I have a very urgent matter to report to you." "Urgent report." Hearing this, the Emperor's eyes flashed. He looked at Murong-jing and said with a smile, "Girl, cover your ears." Murong-jing looked at the Emperor and the commander of the Kirin army suspiciously, but she was very sensible and did not ask much. She raised her hands and covered her ears. The Emperor immediately gave the commander of the Kirin army a set of coordinates. The commander of the Kirin army immediately opened a portal. He thanked Murong-jing and entered the portal. He didn't even let Murong-jing know the coordinates. What is he doing? Why is he so vigilant? Lu Jing frowned. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed slightly. He glanced at Murong-jing and drove the castle into the portal. Yuzhou, a remote town located in the mountains. There were only 500 to 600 families in the town. Just like Iron Bull Town, although there were disputes, quarrels, and schemes in the town, compared to the Imperial Palace, this place was much better. People left early in the morning and returned late at night, working hard. Everything seemed so peaceful and peaceful. In front of a small stream outside the town, there was a newly built courtyard. The courtyard was about 5 to 6 acres of land, surrounded by a row of wooden fences. Inside, except for a 2-story wooden building, it was all vegetable gardens and orchards. Moreover, whether it was the vegetable seedlings in the vegetable garden or the fruit seedlings in the orchard, they were all newly planted. The surroundings of the courtyard were shaded by willow trees and lush greenery, presenting a scene full of vitality. Beautiful wild flowers bloomed in the grass, attracting swarms of bees and butterflies. The stream in front of the courtyard gurgled and was so clear that one could see the bottom. One could clearly see small fish swimming happily in the stream. This place was like a pure land on earth, making people feel at ease. At this moment, a middle-aged man dressed in white was sitting alone under a willow tree by the stream. He was drinking tea and watching the fish in the stream, enjoying this peaceful life. Swoosh! Suddenly, a young strong man in the uniform of an inner palace disciple landed beside the courtyard. It was the commander of the Kirin army. He looked around and soon saw the middle-aged man sitting by the stream. He immediately swallowed the facial restoration pill. With a face full of excitement, he quickly walked to the middle-aged man's side and knelt on the ground. He bowed and said, "Your subject greets your Majesty." "It's you." The Emperor turned his head and glanced at the commander of the Qilin army. He did not show any emotion and said indifferently, "The people living here are all ordinary people. They don't know my identity. In the future, when you see me, don't be so courteous." "Yes." The commander of the Kirin army respectfully replied and stood up. The emperor turned back, picked up the teacup, took a sip, and asked, "Just now you said you have something urgent to report to me. What is it?" The commander of the Kirin army didn't waste any time. He immediately told the emperor about the corpse and the imperial jade seal in detail. After listening, the emperor was unexpectedly calm. There wasn't even the slightest bit of anger between his brows. Seeing that the emperor didn't speak, the commander of the Kirin army asked carefully, "Your Majesty, did you give them the imperial jade seal?" The emperor said lightly, "The real imperial jade seal is with me. The one in their hands is fake." "Fake?" The commander of the Kirin army was stunned. He said, "Why is the fake one so real? It even has the aura of the purple golden dragon blood. Have you forgotten? In this world, not only the late emperor has the purple golden dragon blood." The emperor said. The commander of the Kirin army frowned. A figure in white suddenly appeared in his mind. He said, "Your Majesty, do you mean that the imperial jade seal in the hands of the national master was made by Qin Feiyang?" The emperor said, "Even if it's not him, it has something to do with him. How could this be? He is a descendant of the Qin clan. Why would he help an outsider?" The commander of the Kirin army was furious. The emperor smiled faintly and asked, "Is there anything else?" The commander of the Kirin army knelt on the ground again and begged, "Your Majesty, come back with me. The imperial palace really needs you now." "Go back for what? To continue the intrigue? I'm tired. I want to have a good rest," the emperor said. The commander of the Kirin army shouted, "Your Majesty, if you don't go back, the imperial capital will change. I've already expected the worries in your heart, but so what? Look at this place. The mountains are clear and the water is clear. The people are simple and honest. There are no disputes and no worries. How can I bear to leave such a good place?" The emperor smiled faintly. "Your Majesty." The commander of the Kirin army was very anxious. "Okay, you can go back. No matter what happens in the imperial capital, don't come to me. Just let me be willful for once. Enjoy life alone and enjoy this rare peace." Chapter 1376. Capricious. The commander of the Kirin army murmured to himself. As the king of a country, he controlled the fate of billions of people. How could he be capricious? Looking at the back of the king, he asked, "Are you really the king? Why do I feel like you're a different person now?" "You can pretend that I'm not," the king said without turning his head. "Why? Why is that? Can you tell me? Where is the emperor who once looked down on the world and looked down on all heroes now?" The commander of the Kirin army roared, his face full of disappointment and confusion. The king fell silent. "Answer me!" The commander of the Kirin army roared again and again, almost losing his mind. These past few days, he and old man Qin had been so busy in the imperial capital that they were almost overworked. Yet, the emperor was actually leisurely enjoying life here? He didn't know how to describe his feelings at this moment. "Go back!" After a long silence, the king finally spoke, but he didn't give any explanation. His tone was as calm as ever. Hearing this, the commander of the Kirin army clenched his fingers tightly, making cracking sounds. "If you don't go, don't blame me for being rude." The emperor opened his mouth again. His calm tone was laced with a shocking chill. "Alas!" The commander of the Kirin army sighed, turned around, opened the portal, and left silently with disappointment. The king didn't look at the commander of the Kirin army. He drank tea and looked at the stream quietly. His eyes were calm, as if he had abandoned everything. "Since you don't want to care about the capital, then hand over the imperial jade seal." But suddenly, an indifferent voice sounded. Then, Qin Feiyang appeared not far from the king, but he didn't look at the king. Instead, he looked down at the small fish swimming in the stream with indifferent eyes. The king raised his eyebrows and turned to stare at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang said indifferently, "I have no other purpose in coming here this time. There are only two things. First, the imperial jade seal. Second, your handwritten decree. What if I don't give it to you? The king asked. The corners of Qin Feiyang's mouth rose as he said, Don't you like this place very much? If you don't, I'll make you stay here forever. The emperor's eyes flashed with anger as he asked, What do you want the imperial jade seal for? It's none of your business. Qin Feiyang said. The emperor said angrily, Don't forget, you are still my son. Don't tell me that. You're not worthy. But before the emperor could finish, Qin Feiyang roared. Immediately after, Thunder Leopard, Wan Yangfeng, and the others appeared out of nowhere. They stood behind Qin Feiyang and stared at the emperor. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and calmed the rage in his heart. He said indifferently, I will only give you 3 breaths of time. If you don't hand over the imperial ruler's seal after 3 breaths, I will personally bury you. Don't doubt my determination. The emperor glanced at Wan Yangfeng and the others, then looked at Qin Feiyang. But from the beginning to the end, Qin Feiyang did not look him in the eye. His expression was filled with a murderous aura. The heavens are watching what you do. You will get what you deserve in the future. Believe me. A moment later, the emperor said coldly. With a wave of his hand, a stream of light flew out from the sea of qi and landed in front of Qin Feiyang. It was the imperial ruler's seal. Qin Feiyang grabbed it in his hand and looked at it carefully. After confirming that it was the real deal, he put it away. Retribution. Then, he looked at the flowing stream and muttered to himself. If there really is retribution, then the one who will get retribution will only be you. Suddenly, he smiled coldly and said, Elder Wang, prepare the ink, paper, and inkstone. Yes. Wan Yangfeng respectfully replied and walked in front of the emperor. He took out a table and placed it in front of the emperor. Then, he took out the ink, paper, and inkstone and placed them on the table one by one. The emperor raised his eyebrows, looked at Qin Feiyang, and asked, What do you want me to write? Qin Feiyang said expressionlessly, Abdicate the throne to the little prince, and I will replace the nation preceptor to assist the little prince and control the court. As for the details, I believe I don't need to tell you, you should know. The emperor's face darkened and he glared at Qin Feiyang angrily. Don't look at me like that. From the moment you left the imperial capital, your fate was already decided. So don't blame me. If you want to blame, you can only blame yourself. Qin Feiyang said lightly. Heard it. A trace of hostility suddenly crept up between the emperor's eyebrows. You really have a good plan. With the real imperial jade seal and this handwritten order of mine, you can do whatever you want in the imperial capital. You can even play with the little prince in the palm of your hand. But I tell you, I won't let you get what you want. The emperor sneered. Won't let me get what I want. Qin Feiyang murmured. Suddenly a smile rose at the corner of his mouth, and he said, Do you still remember what you did to me when you drove me out of the capital? The emperor's pupils shrank. To be honest, a long time ago, I let you have a taste of losing your cultivation and being reduced to a cripple. It's just that I haven't found the opportunity. Qin Feiyang laughed. How dare you? The emperor glared at him. I really don't know what Qin Feiyang, don't dare to do in the world today. Qin Feiyang smiled coldly and said, Dan Wankai, refine a spiritual disaster pill for me right now. Okay. Dan Wansai's voice immediately sounded in Qin Feiyang's mind. Don't go too far. The emperor stood up, looked at Qin Feiyang, and shouted. When you forced me to take this spiritual disaster pill, why didn't you feel that you were going too far? Didn't you just say that there would be retribution? And this is retribution, Qin Feiyang said with a smile. The emperor's heart sank. Qin Feiyang was aggressive, and the Thunder Leopard and the other 2 beasts, as well as Wan Yangfeng and the others, were also eyeing him covetously. Did he have a choice? Alas! The emperor sighed deeply, and his expression looked extremely lonely, as if he had aged dozens of years in an instant. Qin Feiyang said, Hurry up, my patience is limited. The emperor glanced at Qin Feiyang, then turned to look at the brush, ink, paper, and inkstone on the table. Wan Yangfeng had already laid out the paper. Wan Yangfeng had also ground the ink. Wan Yanfeng also handed the brush to the emperor with both hands. Now, they were only waiting for the emperor to take the brush and draft an edict. I didn't expect this. I'm the emperor of a country, but I've actually fallen to this point. How sad, how lamentable! The emperor let out a sorrowful cry and grabbed the brush from Wan Yanfeng's hand. Then, he began to write rapidly, and lines of small words appeared continuously. I've already comprehended the mysteries of becoming a god and stepped into the false god realm. But after becoming a god, my state of mind changed and I've seen through everything in the world. I don't want to care about the affairs of the world anymore, and I want to cultivate. After thinking about it, I've decided to give the throne to the little prince, Qin Haotian. But because the little prince is still young and can't manage the affairs of the country, I appoint Qin Feiyang to be the imperial preceptor of the great Qin dynasty and assist the little prince until the little prince grows up. This is my handwritten edict. The civil and military officials and the feudal lords are not allowed to have any objections. That's all. That was all the content of the edict. Wan Yanfeng picked up the paper, dried the ink on it, looked at it carefully for a while, and nodded to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang went forward and took a look, then took out the imperial jade seal and pressed it on it. A red jade seal was immediately printed on the paper. Then, Qin Feiyang put away the edict and the imperial jade seal, looked at the emperor and said, "Now, everything in the imperial capital has nothing to do with you. You can slowly enjoy it here." After saying that, Qin Feiyang waved his hand and sent Lei Bao, Wan Yanfeng, and the others to the ancient castle, then opened a portal. "Now is such a good opportunity, why don't you just kill me?" Just as Qin Feiyang was about to enter the portal, the emperor asked gloomily, "Can killing you relieve my hatred?" "No. Next I'll let you know how stupid your actions were back then. I'll make you suffer so much that you'll want to die and regret it for the rest of your life." Qin Feiyang indifferently left behind a sentence and entered the teleportation gate without looking back. "If you don't kill me now, you'll regret it in the future." The emperor looked at Qin Feiyang's back and muttered. Whether it was the commander of the Kirin army or Qin Feiyang, after leaving the emperor's place, they all returned to the imperial capital directly. When the commander of the Kirin army told Old Qin the emperor's words in full detail, Old Qin also had a look of disappointment. The emperor was not anxious, but the eunuch was anxious. Even the emperor himself was not worried that the throne would be stolen, so what was he worried about? But even so, he still couldn't let it go in his heart. Because his feelings for the great Qin Empire were too deep. When the great Qin Empire was in trouble, he couldn't sit back and do nothing. Qin Feiyang saw all of this and felt gratified in his heart. No matter what the imperial preceptor, Emperor Hong, and the emperor were, at least Old Qin and the commander of the Kirin army were sincerely for the good of the great Qin. However, Qin Feiyang didn't say anything and drove the ancient castle straight back to the Bright Heaven Palace. Then, he sat on the chair and lowered his head to ponder. After a long time, he raised his head, took out the image crystal, and sent a message to Yan Wei. "Buzz!" After waiting for a long time, Yan Wei's image appeared. Qin Feiyang asked. After seeing the corpse and the imperial jade seal, what was Emperor Hong's expression? Expression? To tell you the truth, I didn't see even a trace of sadness on his face. "I'm wondering, are you people from the imperial family also heartless?" Yan Wei frowned. Otherwise, why would there be a saying that the imperial family is the most heartless? Qin Feiyang smiled coldly and asked, "Then when is he going to let the little prince succeed the throne?" Yan Wei said, "He's discussing with the imperial preceptor, and there's no result yet. When the result is out, tell me immediately." Qin Feiyang instructed. "Understood." Yan Wei nodded. Qin Feiyang turned off the image crystal, pondered for a while, and then sent a message to Lu Xingchen and Old Qin. Although he now had the real imperial jade seal and the imperial decree in his hands, there was always an accident. The imperial preceptor would certainly not let him succeed so easily. So, he needed help. Old Qin was a false god, and Lu Xingchen could now also exert the battle strength of a false god. Asking for their help was undoubtedly the best choice. However, When he sent a message to Old Qin and Lu Xingqian, Qin Feiyang did not tell them his plan. He only said that he needed their help. After all, Lu Xingqian was also an ambitious person, and he had to guard against him. And when he heard that he needed help, Old Qin did not ask much and directly nodded to Qin Feiyang. Because now, he really couldn't find a way to stop the imperial preceptor, so he could only pin his hopes on Qin Feiyang. As for Lu Xingqian, without any suspense, he gave Qin Feiyang a condition. After all, he was a person who would not easily let go of any opportunity. And the condition was the same one that was invalid last time. Qin Feiyang thought for a while and nodded in agreement. After arranging everything, Qin Feiyang entered the castle and copied the fourth stroke of the Xing formula. Chapter 1377. Time flew by. 5 days later, a piece of news spread in the imperial palace. The emperor had broken through to the false god realm. Everyone was excited. Because the emperor had broken through to the false god realm, Great Qin's overall strength had increased by a large margin. However, Qin Feiyang, Old Qin, and the Kirin army commander knew that this was just a rumor spread by the imperial tutor. They also knew. The appearance of this rumor meant that the imperial tutor was about to take action and the little prince was about to inherit the throne. As expected, the next day, Qin Feiyang received a message from Yanwei saying that the ceremony would be held in half a month at the central square of the first city district. The third day, this news started to spread in the imperial city. The imperial tutor purposely spread this news because, if it was announced on the day of the little prince's succession, it would be too sudden and people would find it hard to accept. Releasing the news now might cause a commotion in advance, but after half a month, everyone would be mentally prepared and have the ability to bear it. Moreover, in order to make this matter even more confusing, no one stepped out to confirm it. Everyone was guessing whether it was true or not. There was no suspense. In the following half a month, a huge storm was set off in the imperial city. Everyone was talking about this matter. This is too much. Does this old fart have any respect for the law? However, Old Qin was furious and raged in the spirit pagoda. When the little prince inherits the throne, the first thing the imperial tutor will do will be to remove me from the commander position. At that time, not only the law enforcement hall and the invincible Black Army, but even the Kirin army will fall into his hands. Old Qin, I really can't see any hope. What do you think we can do now? The commander of the Qilin army looked at Old Qin and sighed as he looked at the clear sky. Don't be anxious. Qin Feiyang asked for my help to stop the imperial tutor. We can't do anything, but he definitely has a way. Old Qin comforted. He was full of confidence in Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang, the commander of the Kirin army, pondered for a while and said, Don't you know his character? Even if they do make a move, it will definitely be something detrimental to His Majesty. That's not important. As long as he truly wants the best for Great Qin, I will unconditionally support him. Old man Qin clenched his fists. No matter what, they had to stop the Grand Preceptor this time. Otherwise, the Grand Qin Empire would fall into chaos soon. Half a month passed quickly. In addition to the previous 5 days, Qin Feiyang had been cultivating for a total of 20 days. Although only 20 days had passed in the outside world, 200 days had passed in the ancient castle. Half a year! Qin Feiyang had only imitated half of the fourth stroke of the feasible character formula. In other words, how long would it take to finish the fourth stroke? However, with the castle around, Qin Feiyang didn't really care. On the contrary, he was very excited now. Because, after this period of seclusion, not only had the cultivation of Wolf King, Fatso and the others greatly improved, the Thunder Leopard, the 3 beasts, Wan Yanfeng and the others had all stepped into the peak of the 9-star War Emperor realm. In other words, in just a few dozen days, his foundation had increased by several times. Especially Thunder Leopard. When it was a 9-star War Emperor, with its natural advantage, it was enough to contend against a peak 9-star War Emperor realm super expert. And now, its cultivation had also stepped into the peak realm, and it already had the ability to kill others in an instant. In short, Thunder Leopard was now his strongest helper. Of course, the current white-eyed wolf could not be underestimated. Although its cultivation was not as good as Thunder Leopard, there was one thing that Thunder Leopard could never compare to. That was Wolf King's Battle Soul. Its Battle Soul was the nemesis of all Battle Souls. Therefore, after breaking through to the War Emperor realm, Wolf King was undoubtedly even more terrifying. Because its innate ability could deprive all living beings of their Battle Soul below the False God realm. Everyone knew the importance of the Battle Soul. Once the Battle Soul was lost, one's strength would drop by half. Therefore, in terms of threat, the Wolf King posed a greater threat to everyone than anyone else. Besides, the current white-eyed wolf's cultivation was not too low, it was a 3-star War Emperor. It was even close to breaking through to the 4-star War Emperor realm and catching up to Qin Feiyang. Early in the morning, the sky had not yet brightened, but the sky and streets of the first district had already become a sea of people. The surroundings of the central square were even more crowded. The teleportation gate in the square had long been closed. More than 100 men in black stood neatly at the edge of the square. Their eyes were cold, and their bodies were exuding a terrifying aura. They were not the invincible Black Army, nor were they the commanders of the Kirin Army. They were the enforcers of the Inner Court. The leader was the Hall Master of the Inner Court, Zhuge Nanhua. Zhuge Nanhua, a super expert at the peak of the 9-star War Emperor realm. The 100 over black-clothed men were all 9-star combat emperors. They were naturally arranged by the state preceptor to maintain the order of the day. More than 100 9-star war emperors were dispatched. It was enough to show how much importance the state preceptor placed on this ceremony. Other than Zhuge Nanhua and the 100 over men, there was also the chief eunuch, a few maids and eunuchs. They were setting up the scene and preparing the things for the ceremony. In the square, it was in full swing. In the pagoda, Elder Qin and the commander of the Kirin army were also waiting anxiously. However, in the ancient castle, it was dead silent. Qin Feiyang was still imitating the fourth stroke. Everyone was also cultivating, and there was not the slightest bit of tension in the atmosphere. Time passed just like that. The sky was bright. However, the sun did not rise. The sky was covered in haze. It was very hot and stuffy. It made one's mood somewhat irritable. In the square, under the lead of the chief eunuch, everything was basically set up properly. In the center, there was a statue of a god. The statue held a broken sword and looked up at the sky. It was like a god, exuding a monstrous aura. That's right. This was the statue of the deceased emperor. When every emperor ascended the throne, they had to pay respects to their ancestors first. Below the stone statue, there was a dragon throne. It was completely made of gold and dazzling. Other than the dragon throne, there were no other seats in the square. This was because only one person was qualified to sit in the ceremony, and that was the current emperor. Even the heir, the little prince, had to stand respectfully before the ceremony was over. On the ground in front of the dragon throne, there was a layer of golden fur mat. This was the place where the civil and military officials, as well as the marquises, stood. The chief eunuch glanced at the statue and the dragon throne. He walked to Zhuge Nanhua's side and said respectfully, "Lord Nangong, it's about time." Zhuge Nanhua nodded and looked up at the sky. He frowned and said, "The weather today is not very good." "Yes. It feels like it's going to rain." The chief eunuch frowned. The coronation ceremony was related to the fate of the great Qin dynasty. Therefore, there was a saying in the imperial palace, "If it rains during the coronation ceremony, it is a bad omen." Thinking of this, the chief eunuch looked away and looked at Zhuge Nangong. He said in a low voice, "Should we change the date and hold the ceremony when the weather is better?" "Change the date?" Zhuge Nangong frowned and said, "The news has already been released. If we change the date now, I don't think it's appropriate," the chief eunuch said worriedly. But the weather looks like it's going to rain. Zhuge Nanhua looked up at the sky again and saw dark clouds surging in the sky. The weather was fine yesterday. Why did it become like this today? Zhuge Nanhua was furious. He looked away and said to the chief eunuch, "You stay here and watch. I'll go ask the Grand Master." "Okay." The chief eunuch nodded. Zhuge Nanhua immediately opened a portal and landed in front of the Grand Master's courtyard. He said, "I have something to ask the Grand Master." "Come in." The Grand Master's voice came from the attic. Zhuge Nanhua entered the courtyard and walked to the front of the attic. He pushed open the door and saw the Grand Master sitting alone by the tea table, staring at the void in front of him. There was a hint of anticipation, joy, and nervousness on his face. Zhuge Nanhua entered the hall and closed the door. He cupped his hands and said, "Nanhua greets the Grand Master." The Grand Master was the son of the first Zhuge Wuhou. Therefore, in private, Zhuge Nanhua, Zhuge Wuhou, and the others all addressed him respectfully as the Grand Master or Grand Master Yun. However, the Grand Master did not seem to have heard it. He was still staring at the void in front of him. Zhuge Nanhua looked at the void in doubt. There was nothing there? Suddenly, he looked at the Grand Master and said with a smile, "The Grand Master must be very excited right now." The Grand Master finally looked away and said, "After waiting for so many years, this day has finally come. Of course I'm excited, but at the same time, I'm a little hesitant." "Hesitant?" Zhuge Nanhua was stunned and asked in confusion, "What is the Grand Master worried about?" The Grand Master shook his head and said, "I don't know either. I can't explain the feeling. In short, I just can't calm down. This is because the Grand Master has waited for too long. When this moment really arrives, it feels too unreal." Zhuge Nanhua said with a smile. Yes, that's the feeling. It's very unreal, like a dream." The Grand Master nodded repeatedly. "Grand Master, you don't have to worry. With Emperor Hong around, the little prince inheriting the throne is a sure thing. There won't be any changes, and it won't change because of anyone." Zhuge Nanhua comforted. Hearing this, the Grand Master calmed down a lot and asked, "How's the arrangement?" "It's done, but there's a problem now." Zhuge Nanhua frowned. "What's the problem?" the Grand Master asked. Zhuge Nanhua said, "Grand Master, you should go out and take a look yourself." The Grand Master looked at him suspiciously, got up and opened the door. He stood in front of a flower bed and scanned the surroundings. But soon, he noticed the situation in the sky. "Wasn't the weather pretty good yesterday?" The Grand Master immediately frowned and looked at Zhuge Nanhua, who followed him out, and said. Zhuge Nanhua said with a bitter smile, "I can only say that the weather is unpredictable. Just now, the head eunuch suggested changing the date. Grand Master, what do you think? Things will change if we delay." "We can't change it." The Grand Master didn't even think and directly shook his head. "But," Zhuge Nanhua said, "I know what you're going to say. But I really don't believe that it's an ominous sign." Chapter 1378. Old Ancestor, sometimes you can't just ignore luck. Zhuge Nanhua frowned. The Grand Tutor nodded. "You're right. But tell me, who will inherit the throne this time?" "The little prince." "Do you even need to ask?" Zhuge Nanhua was stunned and looked at the Grand Tutor in confusion. "That's right. It's the little prince who will inherit the throne. Even if it's an ominous sign, it's the little prince's business. What does it have to do with us? Besides, this ominous sign is only spread within the imperial palace. Outsiders don't know about it. Even if it really rains, it won't cause too much of a commotion." The Grand Tutor sneered. "That's right." Zhuge Nanhua nodded in realization. The Grand Tutor smiled. "Maybe we're the ones who brought this ominous sign." "We?" Zhuge Nanhua was stunned. "That's right. Because we want to take the throne from the little prince, the ominous sign has appeared. This is a warning from the heavens to the little prince. However, the little prince is just a brat now. He doesn't know anything and doesn't understand this at all. the Grand Tutor said. Zhuge Nanhua pondered for a while and looked up at the sky. He smiled. Old ancestor, what you said does make sense. After saying that, Zhuge Nanhua said worriedly. However, if it really rains, Emperor Hong might give the order to cancel the ceremony. Therefore, we have to complete the ceremony as soon as possible. Go to the square first and maintain order. This old man will go look for Celestial Empress now and explain everything clearly to her, lest she makes any mistakes for this old man. The Grand Tutor said. Yes. Zhuge Nanhua replied respectfully and opened the portal. He turned around and walked in. Ominous sign, you actually created such a troublesome matter for me at such an important time. Heavens, are you playing with me? However, even if you're God, I won't compromise. The Grand Tutor looked at the hazy sky and smiled coldly. Then, he rose into the sky and disappeared at lightning speed. About half an hour passed. Buzz. Qin Feiyang received a message from Yan Wei. All the civil and military officials had arrived at the central square. All the vassals had also arrived. The grand ceremony was about to begin. Qin Feiyang finally withdrew his arm, closed the book, and left the castle. On the square, the various feudal lords and civil and military officials gathered at the center of the square, whispering to each other. The surroundings of the square were also extremely noisy. Hundreds of civil and military officials have arrived. It seems that the news of His Majesty's abdication is true. But have you thought about it? The little prince is still so young. He doesn't have the ability to take charge at all. How can His Majesty rest assured and hand over the throne to him? Even if he doesn't want to care about worldly affairs, does he have to wait until the little prince grows up? Yes, I wonder what His Majesty is thinking. People could not figure it out. Don't forget that there's still someone in the imperial capital? Who? Qin Feiyang. As soon as they heard the name Qin Feiyang, everyone immediately fell silent, and a trace of fear crept into their eyes. Back then, Qin Feiyang must have killed the princes for the throne. Because once the princes are dead, he will be the only heir. No one can compete with him. It makes sense. Although he was expelled from the imperial palace, he is still the emperor's flesh and blood. If the emperor has no children, he will definitely be considered when he abdicates. However, he is still one step behind. The emperor and empress gave birth to another Ryuko. That being said, the little prince is too weak. With Qin Feiyang's means, it will be a piece of cake for him to deal with him. I think there will definitely be a scene of brothers killing each other today. Just as the people were discussing, 3 figures suddenly appeared in the sky above the square. Prince Hao Tian, Empress, and the state preceptor have arrived. The chief eunuch shouted loudly. The square immediately fell into a dead silence. Everyone looked up at the 3 people. At the moment, the 3 people were dressed very formally. The state preceptor wore a golden crown and a pale golden robe. He held his head high, and his hands behind his back. His face was serious, and he looked extraordinary. The empress was also wearing a phoenix robe, a phoenix crown, and a phoenix cloud on her shoulders, showing a luxurious aura. The little prince was wearing a golden robe with a 4-clawed golden dragon embroidered on it. It was very vivid. However, after all, the little prince was still young. Looking at the civil and military officials, the various vassals, and the people gathered around, there was a touch of panic on his little face that could not be concealed. Greetings, Your Highness. Greetings, Empress. Greetings, State Preceptor. Zhuge Nanhua and Zhuge Wuhou looked at each other, and both knelt down to kowtow. Seeing this, the other Wuhou, civil and military officials, as well as the surrounding people, immediately knelt down. One must know. At the moment, there were at least 8 million people gathered in the first district. With so many people speaking at the same time, what kind of scene was it? The voices intertwined with one another and soared into the sky, shaking the heavens. The state preceptor and the empress enjoyed the feeling of being worshipped by the people and being high and mighty. But the little prince was at a loss. When the empress noticed the little prince's situation, she whispered, Hao Tian, let them rise. Oh. The little prince nodded and stretched out his little hand. Everyone, please rise. Thank you, Your Highness. Everyone bowed and stood up. The Empress raised her eyebrows, squatted in front of the little prince, and helped him tidy up his clothes, and whispered, Hao Tian, what you said was wrong. What's wrong? The little prince's face was full of suspicion. No matter if you are a prince or an emperor, you can't say the word please to the civil and military officials, or the people of the empire. Because this will make you lose your dignity, understand? Celestial Empress advised earnestly. The little prince nodded his head as if he did not understand. The state preceptor at the side secretly sneered. The little prince was so young, how could he understand these things? Cough! The state preceptor coughed and said, Empress, everyone is waiting, bring the little prince down first. Okay. The Empress nodded, grabbed the little prince's hand, and landed in front of the dragon throne. The state preceptor also landed at the side, glanced at the officials and the people around, and did not want to waste any more time, so he nodded to the chief eunuch. The chief eunuch understood, looked forward, and said loudly, The ceremony begins! Everyone immediately quieted down. The square was as silent as ashes. The civil and military officials, as well as the marquises, were also divided into two camps, standing neatly on both sides of the dragon throne. Bring the holy water! The chief eunuch shouted again. Immediately, two palace maids walked into the square. One of the palace maids was holding a golden basin half filled with water, and as she walked, she created layers of waves. The other palace maid was holding a golden tray, and on it was a neatly folded towel. The void. Lu Xingchen stood in the space divine item, looking at the little prince, the empress, and the state preceptor in the image, his eyes flickering. Mu Qing looked at the golden basin in the palace maid's hand and asked in confusion, My lord, what is this holy water? Lu Xingchen was stunned and teased. If I say that it can bring the dead back to life, will you believe it? Of course. Otherwise, why would it be called holy water? Mu Qing said. Lu Xingchen was speechless for a moment, and shook his head. The holy water is just dew collected in the morning. Mu Qing looked stunned. This is the so-called holy water? For a moment, he was quite speechless. Why isn't Qin Feiyang here yet? Lu Xingchen looked at the image again and murmured. Mu Qing said disdainfully, Don't you know this bastard? He will definitely wait until the end and appear as the finale. Lu Xingchen was stunned, then shook his head with a smile, and murmured, I don't know what he wants to do this time. It can't be anything good. Mu Qing snorted coldly. He had a lot of opinions about Qin Feiyang now. Outside, the two palace maids walked up to the little prince and bowed. Greetings, Your Highness. Please. The little prince was about to say, Please. Again, but when he saw the Empress's eyes, he shrank his neck slightly and immediately changed his words. Rise. Thank you, Your Highness. The two of them thanked him respectfully. But they didn't rise. Instead, they knelt on the ground and handed the golden basin and towel to the little prince. The little prince looked at the golden basin and towel suspiciously, raised his little head, looked at the Empress, and asked, Mother, what should I do? Wash your hands. Then use the towel to wipe the water off your hands. This is a necessary step to worship the ancestors. The Empress whispered. I see. The little prince smiled and immediately raised his two little hands and put them into the golden basin. Then, a shocking scene appeared. The little prince suddenly became playful and played with the water in front of everyone. He was having a lot of fun. After all, he was still a child and still had the innocence of a child. But the state preceptor's face gradually darkened when he saw this scene. Seeing the change in the state preceptor's face, the Empress quickly squatted down, grabbed the towel on the tray, and whispered, Tian'er, now is not the time to play. Raise your hands. The little prince pursed his lips, raised his little hands, and put them in front of the Empress. The Empress immediately used the towel to wipe the water off the little prince's hands, then put the towel back on the tray, and waved her hand. You may leave. Yes. The two palace maids responded respectfully and turned to leave the square quickly. The chief eunuch glanced at the state preceptor's face and immediately shouted, "Burn the incense and worship the ancestors." Before his voice died away, another palace maid walked into the square with an exquisite tray in her hand, on which there were 3 finger-thick incense sticks and a candle. When the palace maid walked up to the little prince with the tray in her hands, the little prince's face was filled with suspicion again. The state preceptor was extremely impatient, and said to the emperor through telepathy, "This kid doesn't know anything. It's a waste of time. Bring him to burn the incense and worship the ancestors." "Okay." The empress responded secretly, then grabbed the 3 incense sticks and lit them on the candle. Immediately green smoke curled up. Then, the empress pulled the little prince to the statue of the late emperor, and knelt down and counted out 9 times. At this moment, the civil and military officials, the Zhuge Liang, and the surrounding people also kowtowed to the statue. Chapter 1379. But the difference was, in other people's hearts, they all held 120% respect for the statue of the late emperor. Because without the late emperor, there would be no current Great Qin Empire. Without the Great Qin Empire, there would be no them. So, people were not only grateful to the late emperor, but also grateful. But the imperial preceptor and the people of the Zhuge family were full of ridicule. So what if the late emperor was strong? Wasn't the Great Qin Empire now in the hands of their Zhuge family? Even in the near future, the Great Qin would change its surname to Zhuge. In fact, they were also very grateful to the late emperor. Because, if the late emperor hadn't overthrown the Tianyang Empire and established the Great Qin Empire, their Zhuge family wouldn't be where they were today. Of course, their gratitude was tinged with sarcasm. A moment later, the ceremony of burning incense and worshipping the ancestors was finally completed. The empress pulled the little prince and walked to the side of the imperial preceptor. The officials and the people also got up one after another. The imperial preceptor looked at the head eunuch and said, "Read the imperial edict." The head eunuch nodded and took out the imperial edict from his Jianquan bag. This imperial edict was naturally prepared by the imperial preceptor and Emperor Hong in advance, and it was even stamped with the imperial jade seal. Seeing the head eunuch take out the imperial edict, the people present knelt on the ground again. This time, the empress and the little prince also knelt down. "His Majesty has decreed." The head eunuch opened the imperial edict and solemnly read it out. The content was similar to the handwritten edict in Qin Feiyang's hands. The only difference was that the handwritten edict wanted Qin Feiyang to replace the imperial preceptor and assist the little prince. And in the imperial edict, the imperial preceptor still assisted the little prince in handling the state affairs. After reading it out, the head eunuch looked at the little prince and the imperial preceptor and said, "Your Highness, imperial preceptor, please accept the edict. This subject thanks your Majesty for your trust. This subject swears here that I will not let your Majesty down, and assist His Highness well. For the Great Qin, for the people, I will do my best until I die." The imperial preceptor prostrated in front of the head eunuch and shouted righteously, his face full of gratitude, "This child thanks Father." At the empress's signal, the little prince also knelt on the ground and said respectfully. Then, he received the imperial edict from the head eunuch. The chief eunuch took out the imperial jade seal and looked at the little prince. He smiled and said, "Your Highness, please accept the imperial jade seal." At this moment, the state preceptor was extremely excited. As long as the little prince received the imperial jade seal, he would be the true emperor of the Great Qin Empire. No one could change that. The empress was equally excited. A mother's status depended on her son. Now that the little prince had become the emperor, her status in the imperial palace would naturally rise as well. Wait! But just as the little prince stood up and was about to take the imperial jade seal, a cold voice sounded. Everyone was slightly startled and quickly looked towards the source of the voice. They saw that the person who spoke was the Marquis of Shao. Both the imperial tutor and Empress Dowager's eyes flashed with hostility. The head eunuch asked, "Does Marquis Xiao have any objections? This is your Majesty's imperial edict. Naturally, I do not dare to object. However, I do not understand why your Majesty did not attend such an important ceremony in person," Marquis Xiao said. "So it's about that." The head eunuch came to a realization and said with a smile, "Your Majesty knew that someone would ask this, so he specially instructed me to tell everyone that he is currently in seclusion and does not want to be distracted." Marquis Xiao asked, "Is seclusion more important than the coronation ceremony?" The head eunuch's gaze turned slightly cold as he said, "How can we mere mortals guess the thoughts of your Majesty? Therefore, Marquis Xiao, please do not cause any more trouble in public and affect the progress of the ceremony." Marquis Xiao's face darkened as he knelt on the ground and said, "I did not cause any trouble. I was just voicing out the doubts in my heart. If I have offended the dragon's might, I am willing to accept the punishment." The head eunuch smiled and said, "Marquis Xiao is concerned about your Majesty. Your Majesty will definitely be deeply gratified when he learns of this. Please get up quickly." Marquis Xiao frowned as he stood up and retreated to the side. He really wanted to see the Emperor, but based on the current situation, it was impossible. The head eunuch also secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He scanned the civil and military officials and the various marquis and asked, "Does anyone else have any objections?" "No." Marquis Zhuge was the first to shake his head. The others looked at each other and shook their heads as well. The head eunuch swept his gaze across the crowd and looked at the little prince. He smiled and said, "Your Highness, please accept the imperial jade seal." "All right." The little prince nodded and raised his hands. The head eunuch immediately placed the imperial jade seal in the little prince's hands. "This subject greets your Majesty." Following closely, the head eunuch was the first to kneel in front of the little prince and respectfully called out, "Greetings, your Majesty." The officials knelt down once again. The imperial advisor also bowed, but his hands were tightly clenched together. He was incomparably excited. "Your Majesty, please ascend to the dragon throne." The head eunuch. The little prince raised his head and looked at the dragon throne before skipping towards it. The Empress hurriedly grabbed the little prince and said in a low voice, "Tian'er, now that you are the Emperor, you can't be like this anymore. You have to be mature and solemn." "How troublesome." The little prince muttered in dissatisfaction as he allowed the Empress to pull him to the front of the dragon throne. He turned around and sat on it unhappy. However, the two small hands did not stop. They touched here and there, unable to calm down. At the end of the day, he was still a child. It was difficult for him to be mature and steady like an adult. The imperial advisor frowned and looked at the Empress. He sent a voice transmission. "This is improper. Hurry and carry him. Don't let him move." "All right." The Empress nodded and carried the little prince. She sat on the dragon throne and held the little prince's hands with both hands. She whispered, "Tian'er, everyone watch. Listen to your mother and don't move." The little prince pouted and his little face was filled with displeasure. The imperial advisor glanced at the little prince and walked to the side of the dragon throne. He looked at the officials and a cold glint flashed in his old eyes. His Majesty is still young and there are many things that he doesn't know. Therefore, I hope that everyone can assist His Majesty with all their strength from now on to manage the court well and seek the well-being of the people. Yes, Imperial Advisor. The civil and military officials and marquises all cheered. Of course. If I find out that someone is playing tricks behind my back, I won't let them off easily, the Imperial Advisor said again. His Majesty's eyes trembled and he said no. The Imperial Advisor is so impressive. But then, a faint laugh suddenly sounded. The Imperial Advisor raised his eyebrows and scanned the void in the square. He really came. The group of officials and the surrounding crowd could not help but feel a chill in their hearts when they heard this voice. They hurriedly looked at the void. Because this voice was too familiar to everyone. It was Qin Feiyang. Under everyone's gaze, a young man in white appeared out of thin air under the statue of the deceased emperor. Who else could it be but Qin Feiyang? Everyone looked at Qin Feiyang's back and their pupils constricted. The imperial advisor's brows were also furrowed. But there was one person who was overjoyed when he saw Qin Feiyang appear. That was the little prince. Brother! The little prince cried out in surprise and broke free from the empress's arms and ran toward Qin Feiyang. Seeing this, the imperial advisor hurriedly grabbed the little prince and sent him back to the empress. He said with a voice transmission, "If you don't keep an eye on him and let him do whatever he wants, don't blame me for being rude." The empress's body trembled and she hurriedly hugged the little prince in her arms and whispered, "Tian'er, I beg you, please don't move around now, okay? I'm not, I just want to find my brother." The little prince looked innocent. "You may treat him as your brother, but he may not treat you as his brother. Don't be silly, okay? Maybe he's here to steal the martial monarch throne from you," the empress said anxiously. "Really? That's great. Anyway, I don't like being the emperor. It's definitely not fun, so I'll let my brother be the emperor." The little prince was overjoyed. Hearing this, the empress, the imperial advisor, the civil and military officials below, and the marquises all changed their expressions. The little prince did not care at all. He looked at the empress and said coquettishly, "Mother, can you let my brother be the emperor?" The imperial advisor suddenly turned his head and stared at the little prince like a poisonous snake, his eyes flashing with a terrifying light. The little prince was small and did not care at all. However, the empress's face turned pale instantly. She hurriedly covered the little prince's mouth and begged, "My little ancestor, can you stop talking?" The little prince looked wronged. Qin Feiyang did not seem to notice all of this. From the moment he appeared, he had been looking at the statue of his ancestor in silence. After an unknown period of time, Qin Feiyang suddenly knelt on the ground and bowed respectfully to the statue of his ancestor. "Ancestor, don't worry. The empire of the great Qin will never be taken away because I'm here." After muttering in his heart, Qin Feiyang stood up and faced the imperial advisor and the others. The imperial advisor frowned. "What are you doing here?" Qin Feiyang glanced at the little prince and smiled at the imperial advisor. "As his brother, how can I not congratulate him on his ascension?" Congratulate? Everyone looked at each other. It was probably not that simple. However, no one dared to say it out loud. The imperial advisor said in a deep voice, "Since you're here to congratulate, why did you come so late? Don't you know? The main character usually appears last." Qin Feiyang chuckled. The empress said angrily, "Qin Feiyang, don't be presumptuous. The main character today is my son." "That's right. Today is the day of His Majesty Haoyan's ascension, but you say that you are the main character. May I ask what your intentions are?" Zhuge Wuhou also shouted. Qin Feiyang glanced at the empress and Zhuge Wuhou, and the corner of his mouth pursed into a playful smile. He said, "The two of you are indeed close friends. Even your words are so tacit." The word close friend was especially emphasized. When the two of them heard this, a trace of panic immediately appeared on their faces. Could it be that this little bastard already knew about their matter? The imperial advisor raised his eyebrows imperceptibly and looked at Qin Feiyang. "Since you're here to congratulate, you should have prepared a gift, right?" "Of course. And there's more than one gift." Qin Feiyang nodded and said with a smile. The imperial advisor said, "Then please present it." "Don't worry. Before presenting the gift, I still have something to deal with." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and slowly walked towards the little prince. "Qin Feiyang, His Highness Haoyan is now the Emperor of the Great Qin. You'd better not act recklessly." Chapter 1380. The Grand Tutor and the ministers present also became nervous. If it was someone else, they wouldn't care. But Qin Feiyang, who in the Great Qin Empire didn't know that he was a lawless lord. There was nothing he didn't dare to do. Qin Feiyang stopped in front of the chief eunuch. He looked at the chief eunuch and said faintly, "Step aside." The chief eunuch shook his head. Qin Feiyang grinned and asked, "Are you sure you don't want to move aside?" The chief eunuch immediately felt a sense of fear that couldn't be resolved. He quickly retreated to the side. This was completely instinctive. The Grand Tutor stared at Qin Feiyang. His palm was glowing with the power of a false god. Without a doubt, if Qin Feiyang dared to hurt the little prince, he would immediately attack. Qin Feiyang walked in front of the little prince and cupped his hands with a smile. "Your Majesty, please come down." The little prince pouted and said, "Brother, why are you also calling me your Majesty? I don't want to be the Emperor. Why don't you do it?" "Tian'er," the Empress scolded. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. "If I wanted to be the Emperor, I would have sat on the dragon throne long ago. Why would I wait until now?" The little prince looked at the Empress proudly. "See, Mother, not only I don't want to be the Emperor, but even brother doesn't want to be." The Empress whispered, "He's lying to you. Don't listen to his nonsense." "Why would brother lie to me?" The little prince shook his head. The Empress stared at Qin Feiyang warily. "Tian'er, you're still young. Don't be fooled by his appearance. He's a demon who kills without blinking." Qin Feiyang joked. "I do kill without blinking, but I've never done anything shameless." The Empress' eyes trembled slightly. This wasn't the first time Qin Feiyang hinted. Qin Feiyang looked at the little prince and smiled. "Come down." "Okay." The little prince nodded and jumped down from Celestial Empress's body. Imperial Preceptor hurriedly stepped forward and shielded the little prince behind him. While the State Preceptor was protecting the little prince, Qin Feiyang's eyes were filled with killing intent. He took a step forward and raised his arm at lightning speed to grab Celestial Empress' neck. Celestial Empress' beautiful face instantly turned pale. The State Preceptor, the Chief Eunuch, and the other ministers were all stunned. They had always thought that Qin Feiyang's target was the little prince, but they never thought that it was actually the Imperial Empress. "Qin Feiyang, what are you doing? Stop!" Zhuge Wuhu regained his senses and immediately shouted, his eyes filled with killing intent. "Your heart aches just because of this?" Qin Feiyang picked up the Empress, turned to look at Zhuge Wuhu and teased. Zhuge Wuhu panicked and pretended to be calm. "I don't know what you are talking about. But let me tell you, Celestial Empress is the birth mother of His Majesty Hao Tian. If you dare to hurt her, the entire Great Qin Empire will not tolerate you," Qin Feiyang said. "Then tell me, when has the Great Qin Empire ever tolerated me?" Zhuge Wuhu didn't know how to answer. "You're not going to answer? Then let me tell you. From the moment I was chased out of the imperial capital, the Great Qin Empire no longer tolerated me, Qin Feiyang. Everyone wanted to kill me, everyone wanted to beat me up. But so what? Aren't I still living well?" Qin Feiyang stood proudly, his long hair and clothes fluttering in the wind. His gaze swept across the entire audience, as if a king had descended to the world, his entire body filled with a monstrous domineering aura. None of the civil and military officials below dared to look him in the eye, and all of them lowered their heads. Finally, Qin Feiyang's gaze once again landed on Zhuge Wuhu's body and said, "I'm not saying this to show off how powerful I am, but to tell you, before you threaten me, it's best to use your brain and think carefully." His words were filled with mockery. Zhuge Wuhu's hands that were hidden in his sleeves couldn't help but clench tightly. At this time, the little prince ran out from behind the imperial tutor and looked at Qin Feiyang. "Big brother, why did you hurt mother again? Did mother do something wrong? Your Majesty, be careful." The imperial tutor's expression changed, and he hurriedly protected the little prince behind him. Qin Feiyang glanced at the little prince, then looked at the imperial tutor and said, "Is there a need to be so nervous? If I really wanted to harm him, do you think he would still have the chance to stand here? I'm afraid he would already be a corpse." The imperial tutor frowned and said in a deep voice, "What exactly do you want?" "What do I want?" Qin Feiyang muttered, a bright smile gradually appearing on his face, and said, "Some people living in this world are just wasting food." As he said this, Qin Feiyang suddenly looked at the Empress and said with a smile, For example, you. That smile was like the smile of a death god. The Empress suddenly felt as if she had fallen into a bottomless abyss, and her entire body was ice cold. Crack! As soon as he finished speaking, under the shocked gazes of countless people, Qin Feiyang's 5 fingers tightened, and he actually crushed the Empress's throat. Accompanied by a mournful scream, the Empress died on the spot. He. Seeing this scene, the people present were all stupefied. He actually killed the Empress in front of everyone? Heavens! Was this guy going to heaven? How dare he? The Empress was the mother of a country. And now, she had another identity, the birth mother of the White Sky Emperor. In terms of status, she was even higher than the imperial tutor. Yet Qin Feiyang had actually killed her in front of so many people, in front of His Majesty the White Sky Emperor. This person was too arrogant. This was a public provocation. The scene was as silent as ashes, and everyone's hearts were in turmoil. Qin Feiyang, you brute! After the imperial tutor came back to his senses, he immediately shouted, his old eyes filled with anger. As for the little prince, he was scared silly. Qin Feiyang glanced at the imperial tutor indifferently, waved his hand, and threw the Empress away as if she was trash. No one knew if he did it on purpose or not, but with a bang, the Empress fell right in front of Zhuge Wuhou. Zhuge Wuhou immediately quivered and came back to his senses. He lowered his head to look at the pale-faced Empress, who died with her eyes wide open, and an unresolvable sorrow appeared on his face. However, under that grief, there was also endless killing intent. He instinctively reached out, wanting to touch the Empress's face. You dare! But at this moment, an angry shout exploded in Zhuge Wuhou's mind like a clap of thunder. Zhuge Wuhou's body and mind trembled as he raised his head to look at the imperial tutor. The imperial tutor sent a sound transmission. Although she is the woman you love the most, right now, you better put away your emotions. Yes. Zhuge Wuhou secretly replied. Looking at the Empress's corpse, the sorrow on his face quickly disappeared and was replaced by anger. You're quite good at enduring. Qin Feiyang looked at Zhuge Wuhou in surprise, then looked at the little prince. Discovered. In the little prince's eyes, there was already a trace of hatred towards him. Suddenly, someone roared. This child killed the Empress in front of everyone, causing both man and God to be indignant. If we don't kill him, where is the justice? Qin Feiyang raised his head to look. It turned out that Jianwu Marquis was fanning the flames. Right. He's too arrogant. If we don't do anything about it, I don't know what kind of heartless things he will do. Your Majesty Hao Tian, please issue the decree. Arrest Qin Feiyang, throw him into the divine prison, and choose a day to behead him. The civil and military officials all roared in anger. But the little prince turned a deaf ear to them, and only stared at Qin Feiyang silently. The head eunuch looked at Qin Feiyang in fear, ran to the imperial tutor's side, and said in a low voice, Lord Imperial Tutor, His Majesty Hao Tian has been frightened. I suggest that we send him back to the imperial palace immediately. The imperial tutor turned to look at the little prince and nodded. Send him back, comfort him well, and bring the Empress's corpse back as well. Yes. The head eunuch nodded. But at this moment, Qin Feiyang looked at the head eunuch and the imperial tutor and laughed. What's the rush? I still have a congratulatory gift that I haven't given yet. The imperial tutor looked at Qin Feiyang sinisterly and said, Don't worry about him, bring His Majesty back. The head eunuch hurriedly opened a teleportation door. The imperial tutor is so domineering. Qin Feiyang clapped and laughed. But before I give the congratulatory gift, no one is allowed to leave. Old Qin, come out. As Qin Feiyang's voice fell, Old Qin and the commander of the Kirin army rushed out of the crowd and landed beside Qin Feiyang like lightning. The imperial tutor's pupils suddenly shrank. Seeing that Old Qin had arrived, the head eunuch did not dare to move. Old Qin glanced at the imperial tutor and the others and said, Bastard, what are you trying to do? He and the commander of the Kirin army had arrived long ago, so they had seen everything that had happened before. They never thought that Qin Feiyang would actually kill the Empress in front of everyone. You will understand in the future, Qin Feiyang secretly said, and then looked at the ministers and marquis below, and shouted, All of you, shut up! Everyone immediately fell silent, their eyes filled with fear. So this kid had old Qin and the commander of the Kirin army behind him. No wonder he dared to be so arrogant. Qin Feiyang nodded in satisfaction, then looked at the little prince and smiled. Your Majesty, please sit on the dragon throne, the imperial tutor angrily said. What are you trying to do? Following that, he sent another sound transmission. Don't forget that you promised to help me, to help the little prince ascend to the throne. Qin Feiyang secretly laughed, and said, Isn't the little prince already ascended to the throne? The imperial tutor secretly said. Then why are you causing all this trouble now? Qin Feiyang said. Don't be anxious, you will know later. The imperial tutor's face was gloomy. He personally carried the little prince and walked to the dragon throne. Qin Feiyang said indifferently, Don't mess around, the dragon throne is not something you can touch. The imperial tutor was prepared to do what the empress did before, sit on the dragon throne and carry the little prince in his arms. But when he heard Qin Feiyang's words, his expression froze. Don't worry, I know what I am doing. The imperial tutor coldly snorted and placed the little prince on the dragon throne, then stood beside the little prince, looking at Qin Feiyang and the other two warily. And at this moment, the little prince was no longer as lively as before, sitting obediently on the dragon throne. But if one looked carefully, they would find that the hatred on his young face was getting stronger. Qin Feiyang naturally noticed, but he did not take it to heart. Before he decided to kill the empress, he had already expected that the little prince would hate him. But what did it matter? He just had to have a clear conscience. Chapter 1381. Why did he say that? Because the situation was different. Before, the little prince didn't ascend to the throne. He could pretend to be deaf and dumb. Because at that time, although the empress was the master of the harem, she didn't have the power of regent. So no matter what she did, she couldn't do anything. And now, the little prince became the emperor of Great Qin. As the mother of the little prince, the power in the empress' hands was naturally not what it used to be. Of course, if the empress and Zhuge Wuhou didn't have an affair, it didn't matter. But now the situation was that this woman was in cahoots with Zhuge Wuhou, and the state preceptor to control the little prince. So, if this woman continued to live, then the little prince would be killed by her sooner or later. In other words, he killed the empress to protect the little prince. However, the little prince couldn't understand this now. Even if Qin Feiyang told him the truth, he couldn't understand at such a young age. However, Qin Feiyang didn't plan to tell the little prince. If he wanted to hate, then hate. Besides, hatred could make a person grow quickly. Just like when he was young, he was as innocent as the little prince, and thought that the world was full of good people. But the result? How many good people did he meet? So, only when he tasted pain and saw the cruelty of the world, his mind would mature. And this was what the little prince needed the most now. At this moment, the central square was so silent that even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Everyone's eyes were on Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang's own ability and foundation couldn't be underestimated. Now with Elder Qin and the commander of the Kirin army, even in the face of the state preceptor, he already had the strength to be on par with him. In fact, everyone was very puzzled. When did Elder Qin and the commander of the Kirin army rely on Qin Feiyang? Weren't they afraid of the emperor's punishment? After all, Qin Feiyang was the emperor's sworn enemy. This emperor didn't mean the little prince, but Qin Feiyang's father. Qin Feiyang looked around the entire place. In the end, he whispered a few words into the ears of the Qilin army's commander. After the commander of the Qilin army heard this, he immediately looked at him in surprise. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "Do as I say." "All right." The commander of the Kirin army nodded. He immediately opened a portal and ran in without looking back. Seeing this, the imperial tutor's frown deepened. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, Imperial Preceptor, please don't be impatient. When the commander invites that old man here, I will present a congratulatory gift. This advisor would like to see what kind of tricks you have up your sleeve. The Imperial Preceptor snorted. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and turned his head to look at the statue of his ancestor. For a moment, he fell silent. Old man Qin glanced at the Imperial Advisor and frowned. He sent a voice transmission to the Imperial Advisor. Brat, can you tell me what your plan is? It's a secret for now. However, you must be prepared to fight at any time. Qin Feiyang thought. Fight? Old man Qin was bewildered. Fight with who? Imperial Advisor! Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with killing intent as he sent a voice transmission. If this opportunity succeeds, the Imperial Advisor will definitely die. But the premise is, can you keep him here? Old man Qin's heart trembled. Who would have thought that Qin Feiyang was actually playing a big game of chess? Time passed breath by breath. Swish! Suddenly, 3 figures descended above the square. One of them was the commander of the Kirin army. The other 2 were Emperor Hong and Qin Jun. Emperor Hong! Seeing that the commander of the Kirin army had invited Emperor Hong, the Imperial Advisor, Zhuge Wuhou, Zhuge Nanhua, and the others all had a change of expression. At the same time, old man Qin's eyes were also filled with shock. However, the others looked at Emperor Hong and Qin Jun with suspicion on their faces. Who were these 2 people? Why had they never seen them before? Greetings, Emperor Hong! The next moment, a scene that shocked everyone appeared. Old man Qin and the Imperial Tutor both bent their waists at the same time and bowed to the old man. What? Even the Imperial Advisor and old man Qin are so respectful? Everyone's faces were filled with disbelief. He is Emperor Hong? How is this possible? Wasn't there a rumor that Emperor Hong had already passed away? Is this a dream? However, the various marquis present, as well as some old officials, were overwhelmed with shock at this moment. Because they still remembered this name. Look at Emperor Hong again. He stood high in the sky, looking down at Qin Feiyang with a trace of displeasure on his old face. Qin Jun's eyes flashed with a cold light. Qin Feiyang met Emperor Hong's gaze and said with cupped hands, This commoner Qin Feiyang greets Emperor Hong. As for Qin Jun, he directly ignored him. This kind of small character couldn't enter his eyes at all. Emperor Hong asked, Why did you specifically ask the commander of the Kirin army to invite this old man here? Why are all of you so impatient? Qin Feiyang shook his head and sighed. Looking at the crowd around him, he said loudly, Do you know who this old man is? Everyone looked at him suspiciously. Qin Feiyang chuckled and said, He is the son of the previous emperor, the second emperor of the Great Qin, and also Qin Feiyang's great-grandfather. His voice was like a bell, echoing in the sky above the first city district, not dissipating for a long time. What? The first city district was immediately in an uproar. Everyone's face was filled with shock. Seeing that Qin Feiyang had announced his identity, the displeasure on Emperor Hong's face became even stronger. He looked down at Qin Feiyang and said, What exactly do you want to do? You'll know soon. Qin Feiyang chuckled, swept his gaze across the audience, and said loudly, Now I will present my first congratulatory gift. Finished. With a wave of his hand, a jade box appeared, floating in the air, emitting a hazy luster. In an instant, everyone's gaze fell on the jade box. The Imperial Tutor glanced at the jade box and nodded to the eunuch. The eunuch swallowed his saliva, stepped forward, grabbed the jade box, and carefully opened the lid. When he saw what was inside the jade box, his body stiffened, and his face was filled with disbelief. What made the steward so surprised? Seeing this, everyone became more and more curious. What is it? The Imperial Tutor raised his eyebrows and asked. Yes. The eunuch stammered and couldn't say anything for a long time. What the hell is it? Say it. The Imperial Tutor shouted. The eunuch said, The Imperial Jade Seal. What? The Imperial Tutor's expression changed. He hurriedly walked to the front of the jade box and looked down. He saw an imperial jade seal lying quietly. How could this be? The imperial tutor muttered to himself. Emperor Hong, Qin Jun, the commander of the Kirin army, and old Qin also landed in front of the jade box. Looking at the imperial jade seal inside, their faces were filled with bewilderment. Isn't the imperial jade seal in the hands of the White Sky Emperor? Why does Qin Feiyang still have an imperial jade seal on him? People began to discuss. This sudden turn of events caught everyone off guard. Swish! After old Qin and the commander of the Kirin army came back to their senses, they immediately turned to look at Qin Feiyang, their eyes aggressive. Where did this imperial jade seal come from? Did you go to His Majesty? Old Qin secretly said. His tone was rather gloomy. Yes. Qin Feiyang didn't deny it. Why? His Majesty has already retired. Why won't he let him go? How did you find His Majesty? Old Qin said angrily. Since he has already retired, why is he still occupying the imperial jade seal? Occupying the latrine without shitting? What's more, if you want to deal with the imperial tutor, you must have the real imperial jade seal. As for how to find him, it's very simple. I followed the commander of the Kirin army. Qin Feiyang secretly said. You! Old Qin was furious. Seeing this, the commander of the Kirin army quickly said, Old Qin, it's more important to deal with the current situation. Don't be angry. Old Qin took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart. He grabbed the imperial jade seal and looked at it carefully. Suddenly, Qin Jun raised his head and looked at Qin Feiyang. With a stern voice, he shouted, How dare you! You actually dared to forge the imperial jade seal. Hearing this, Qin Feiyang's expression didn't change. He was calm and collected. On the other hand, the imperial tutor panicked. Because he knew very well. He was the one who forged the imperial jade seal. As for the imperial ruler's seal that Qin Feiyang took out, it was very possible that it was the real imperial ruler's seal. But he couldn't figure out why the imperial jade seal was in Qin Feiyang's hands. Seeing that Qin Feiyang was silent, Qin Jun thought that Qin Feiyang had tacitly agreed. Killing intent flashed in his eyes as he looked at Emperor Hong and said, Lord, Qin Feiyang forged the imperial jade seal and offended the emperor's prestige. This is a heinous crime. Lord, you must punish him severely. Emperor Hong's eyes flashed. Qin Feiyang looked at Qin Jun and said playfully, You want to kill me that much? Qin Jun sneered. It's not that I want to kill you. It's that you're courting death. I'm courting death? Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and asked. How do you know? Qin Jun snorted coldly. The imperial jade seal in the imperial tutor's hands has been personally verified by Emperor Hong. Heard it. Everyone looked at Qin Feiyang. If it was as Qin Jun said, the imperial jade seal in the imperial tutor's hands was real, then the imperial jade seal that Qin Feiyang took out was definitely a fake. Even daring to forge the imperial jade seal, did this guy really not want to live anymore? He even invited Emperor Hong over. Wasn't this courting death? The corner of Qin Feiyang's mouth lifted slightly. He looked at Qin Jun and said with a smile, What if this imperial jade seal of mine is real? If it's real, this old man will kneel down and apologize to you in public. Qin Jun opened his mouth without hesitation. Because back then, Emperor Hong had indeed personally verified it. He also witnessed it with his own eyes. Therefore, he firmly believed that the imperial jade seal that Qin Feiyang took out was fake. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, You're an old senior. You can't go back on your words. Nonsense! What kind of identity does this old man have? Naturally, I'll keep my word. But what if this imperial jade seal of yours is fake? Qin Jun sneered. Isn't he just a page boy? What kind of identity is he? What a joke. Qin Feiyang secretly smiled disdainfully and said indifferently, If it's fake, I, Qin, will commit suicide in public to apologize. Haha. Qin Jun laughed loudly and sent a sound transmission to Qin Feiyang. Little bastard, you're dead for sure today. Let's wait and see. Qin Feiyang smiled coldly. Qin Jun looked at him sinisterly, then snatched the imperial jade seal from old Qin's hands and respectfully handed it to Emperor Hong, saying, "My lord, please verify it." Chapter 1382. At this moment, the imperial preceptor was unprecedentedly nervous. Because he was guilty. Zhuge Wuhou and the others were equally nervous. At this moment, the only people who could remain calm at the scene were probably Old Qin, the commander of the Kirin army. Qin Jun, Old Qin, and the commander of the Kirin army both knew that this imperial jade seal was real. Qin Jun, on the other hand, believed that it was fake. Because they weren't worried at all. 2 imperial jade seals? What's going on? My lord, tell me, which one is real? Which one is fake? Inside the space divine object, Mu Qing's face was full of suspicion. Lu Xingchen looked at Qin Feiyang and the imperial preceptor, and suddenly laughed. Don't you understand Qin Feiyang's character? He never does things that he is not sure of. Mu Qing raised his eyebrows and said, My lord means that Qin Feiyang's imperial jade seal is real? Yes. Lu Xingchen nodded. Mu Qing said in surprise, So, he has seen the emperor? Is there a need to say? If he hasn't seen the emperor, would he really have the imperial jade seal? This bastard is really a cunning fox. I thought that he had been cultivating in seclusion in the castle these days, but in fact, he had been secretly plotting. Lu Xingchen rubbed his head, feeling a headache. Hearing this, Mu Qing was somewhat unconvinced. Lu Xingchen frowned again and said, But I'm puzzled, where is this emperor hiding? And why does Qin Feiyang know so much about the imperial preceptor's every move? If he didn't know about the imperial preceptor's every move, Qin Feiyang couldn't have done it so well. Could it be that there was Qin Feiyang's spy beside the imperial preceptor? On the square, Emperor Hong gradually frowned. What's going on? It hasn't been verified for so long. Could it be that Qin Feiyang's imperial jade seal is real? People muttered under their breath. Qin Jun could not help but feel uneasy as he asked cautiously. Sir, is there a problem? Emperor Hong said. Give me the imperial jade seal in the little prince's hands. Qin Jun's eyelids twitched. He hurriedly turned around and walked in front of the little prince. Regardless of the little prince's current identity, he directly snatched the jade seal from the little prince's hands and handed it over to Emperor Hong. Emperor Hong grabbed the imperial jade seal in one hand and compared it over and over again. In the end, he was surprised to find that there was no difference between the 2 seals. What's going on? Of the 2 imperial jade seals, one of them must be fake. But which one was it? Qin Jun asked. Sir, can't you verify it? Emperor Hong furrowed his brows. Looking at everyone, he said, These 2 are both real. Impossible! Even if it's an exact replica, there must be traces left behind. For example, the era. The real heirloom imperial jade seal has a history of 10,000 years. There are many traces of weathering on it. As for the forged imperial jade seal, there is absolutely none. Qin Jun said. If you don't believe me, take a look for yourself. Emperor Hong raised his eyebrows and threw the 2 imperial jade seals to Qin Jun. Qin Jun immediately caught it in his hand and compared it carefully. The result. He was shocked to discover that the traces of weathering on the 2 imperial jade seals were almost exactly the same. Of course, this was carefully handled by the imperial preceptor. But Qin Jun did not know. His face was filled with disbelief. How could this be? Seeing this, the imperial preceptor, Zhuge Wuhou, and the others could not help but secretly heave a sigh of relief. At the same time, they also saw a turning point. Because, as long as the Emperor Hong could not verify the authenticity, then they would have a way to make everyone believe that their imperial jade seal was the real deal. The imperial preceptor's eyes flashed as he looked at Qin Feiyang and said, This imperial preceptor really has no choice but to admire your methods. The forged imperial jade seal, even Lord Emperor Hong is unable to distinguish it. Qin Feiyang looked at the imperial preceptor, the playfulness in his eyes growing stronger. Emperor Hong also looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, "How did you forge it?" Qin Feiyang said, "Why do you think that my imperial jade seal is forged?" Emperor Hong said indifferently, "All these years you have stirred up trouble in the imperial capital, doing evil things to the extreme, and the imperial preceptor's loyalty to the great Qin is obvious to everyone. Between you and the imperial preceptor, of course I will choose to believe in the imperial preceptor." "I'm stirring up trouble? The imperial preceptor is loyal?" Qin Feiyang chuckled, an indescribable sadness in his heart. This was his great-grandfather, Qin Feiyang? What a joke! The imperial preceptor secretly laughed and looked at the Emperor Hong respectfully. "Lord Emperor Hong, there is no need to waste words with this kind of person. Please give the order to take him down as a warning." "That's right. If we let him continue to cause trouble, who knows what will happen to the great Qin Empire?" Qin Jun followed. "Ha ha!" Qin Feiyang raised his head and laughed loudly. His laughter was filled with ridicule that couldn't be dispersed. How did it become like this? Victory is clearly in our grasp, but why is the imperial preceptor's forged imperial jade seal so lifelike? Old Qin muttered to himself, looking at Qin Feiyang and the imperial preceptor, his heart filled with anxiety. At this rate, not only would they be unable to topple the imperial preceptor, even Qin Feiyang would probably fall here. This was far too different from the outcome he imagined. Emperor Hong looked at Qin Feiyang and said coolly, "Right now you are too impudent. There is indeed a need to give you a bit of suffering. Don't force me to give the order, take the initiative to follow me to the divine prison." "Impudent?" Qin Feiyang was slightly taken aback, then continued to laugh loudly. "Still laughing? Simply preposterous. Do you still have Lord Emperor Hong in your eyes?" Qin Jun was furious, taking a step forward, a slap towards Qin Feiyang's face. "Humph!" Old Qin snorted coldly, standing in front of Qin Feiyang. Terrifying divine might was like a torrent, pouncing towards Qin Jun. Now that things had come to this, he already had no way out. He had to protect Qin Feiyang's safety. Seeing old Qin make a move, not only did Qin Jun not have the slightest fear, he became even more arrogant, staring at old Qin gloomily, and shouted, "What do you want to do? Want to rebel? As long as this old man is here, no one can even think about harming Qin Feiyang." Old Qin enunciated each word, his tone firm. But this sentence was not said for Qin Jun to hear. Qin Jun did not have this qualification. He said it specifically for the imperial preceptor and Emperor Hong. A cold light flickered in the imperial preceptor's eyes, landing in front of Qin Jun with a step, confronting old Qin. Emperor Hong's expression was still calm, sizing up old Qin, not knowing what he was thinking. "Looks like it's time to make a move." Inside the spatial divine object. Looking at the stalemate outside, Lu Xingchen muttered, a wisp of killing intent appearing in his eyes. The atmosphere in the plaza became more and more solemn. Old Qin and the imperial preceptor were both ready to make a move. But suddenly, Qin Feiyang stopped laughing, looked at Emperor Hong and Qin Feiyang, and said, "The great Qin Empire has idiots like you. I, Qin Feiyang, also feel despair." What? He actually called Emperor Hong an idiot? My God, he's really crazy. Everyone was dumbfounded. The imperial preceptor, old Qin, and the commander of the Kirin army were also dumbfounded on the spot. What was wrong with this guy? Deliberately provoking Emperor Hong? This kind of attitude could no longer be described as arrogant, it was too crazy. Awesome. Domineering. Inside the spatial divine object, Mu Qing and Lu Xingchen also had a look of shock. When they came back to their senses, they opened their mouths one after another. Although they did not have a good impression of Qin Feiyang's current performance was indeed admirable. Impudent, impudent, impudent. On the plaza, Qin Jun quivered and suddenly roared, his anger overflowing to the heavens. Who do you think you are? You dare to yell in front of me? Believe it or not, I will cripple you right now. Qin Feiyang also roared, his tone carrying a bone-piercing chill. Qin Jun's face stiffened, Looking at Qin Feiyang's cold eyes, his heart could not help but feel a sense of fear. So powerful. Everyone's mind trembled once again. It seemed that Qin Feiyang was going to completely tear off all pretense of cordiality with Emperor Hong. If you have the ability, why don't you try crippling him? Suddenly, Emperor Hong opened his mouth. His eyes, which had always been calm, finally changed, carrying a trace of sharpness that made people tremble. However, Qin Feiyang was not afraid in the slightest. He met Emperor Hong's gaze and sneered. My ancestors' wisdom has been completely defeated in your hands today. Are you worthy of my ancestor? Emperor Hong's face darkened slightly. Qin Feiyang turned a blind eye to it, looked at Qin Jun and said, I have changed my mind now, the bet between you and me, double. Afraid of you? Qin Jun looked at Qin Feiyang with contempt. If the Imperial Jade Seal I took out was fake, I would immediately kill myself in front of the ancestor's statue. But if it's true, I want your old life. Do you dare? Qin Feiyang shouted, revealing his sharpness. So confident? Everyone was bewildered. Qin Jun also hesitated, his face dark and uncertain. Feiyang, don't be so impulsive. Old man Qin said in a low voice. Don't worry about it. I'm going to risk my life with him today. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, looked at Qin Jun, and sneered. What? You don't dare? You only have this much courage? Trying to scare me? All right, this old man will fulfill your wish. I'll bet with you. Qin Jun flew into a rage out of humiliation and roared. Very good. Qin Feiyang nodded with a smile, looked at Emperor Hong again, and said, And you, I originally wanted to leave you some face, but you really don't know what's good for you. Now, don't blame me for being impolite. Lord Emperor Hong, do you dare to bet with me? Emperor Hong raised his eyebrows. Qin Feiyang said, If the Imperial Jade Seal I took out is real, I don't want your old life, as long as you kneel in front of the ancestor's statue and repent for 3 days. This is a bit of a gamble. People muttered. The Imperial Preceptor's eyes flashed, and he said in a low voice, Lord Emperor Hong, he is purely desperate. You don't have to pay attention to it. Please give the order to kill him directly. He couldn't help but start to panic again. Because Qin Feiyang was too confident, too calm. That was why he suggested to kill Qin Feiyang immediately. Because as long as Qin Feiyang died, all of the truth would be covered up. The corners of Qin Feiyang's mouth curled up, and he said coolly, Want to kill me, Qin Feiyang? I'm afraid that no one here has this ability. Towards Qin Feiyang's arrogance, people were already numb. Right now, everyone only wanted to know whether or not Emperor Hong dared to bet. And what was the final result? Emperor Hong pondered for a moment, and said expressionlessly, This old man is not a child. It's impossible to agree to your boring bet. If the Imperial Jade Seal you took out is real, then hurry up and prove it to this old man. That's not right, right? The statue is our great Qin's late emperor, and also your biological father. Repenting in front of him, you actually dare to say that it's boring? Lord Emperor Hong, this son of yours is really incompetent. I can't help but feel sorry for the ancestor. Chapter 1383. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. This was obviously forcing Emperor Hong to agree. Moreover, now, Emperor Hong had no choice but to agree. Because Qin Feiyang had spoken too harshly. If Emperor Hong still did not agree, it would be equivalent to admitting that he was not qualified to be his son. The most important thing was that in this way, he would fall to the point where his reputation would be swept away. As expected, Emperor Hong looked at Qin Feiyang for a moment, then nodded in agreement to this bet. Heavens, I beg of you, please help me. Seeing Emperor Hong nod, the imperial advisor's heart sank as he silently prayed in his heart. But he forgot that before the ceremony began, he had provoked the heavens. Crack! Boom! It was unknown if the heavens harbored hatred in their hearts, and wanted to take revenge on the imperial advisor. Suddenly, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky. Dark clouds rolled over from the distant horizon. The earth gradually sank into darkness. This gave the imperial advisor a fright. "It's going to rain." Everyone looked up at the sky. But they didn't think too much about it. He just felt that it wasn't appropriate for the heavens to rain now. But Emperor Hong, Elder Qin, the commander of the Kirin army, and the various martial marquis couldn't help but think of the legendary ominous omen. Everyone couldn't help but ponder in their hearts. Could it be that the ascension of the young prince today would affect the fate of the country? Although dark clouds covered the sky, the rain did not fall. Emperor Hong retracted his gaze and looked at Qin Feiyang, saying, "Don't waste time, hurry up and prove it." Qin Feiyang also retracted his gaze, turned to look at Elder Qin, and asked, "You are familiar with the Imperial Jade Seal, right?" Elder Qin didn't know why Qin Feiyang asked this question, but he still nodded. Qin Feiyang said indifferently, "Then let me ask you, is there any part of the Imperial Jade Seal that is incomplete?" Elder Qin said without thinking, "The Imperial Jade Seal is the treasure of the country, how could it be incomplete?" Qin Feiyang said, "All right, now go and carefully observe the bottom of the 2 Imperial Jade Seals. I guarantee that it will bring you a surprise." Bottom? Everyone present was slightly stunned. The 2 Imperial Jade Seals were now in Qin Feiyang's hands. When he heard Qin Feiyang's words, he immediately flipped them over and examined them carefully. However, old Qin stepped forward and snatched the 2 Imperial Jade Seals from Qin Feiyang's hands. Then he retreated to Qin Feiyang's side and lowered his head to examine them. Qin Feiyang reminded him, "If you can't see it with your naked eyes, use your divine sense." "All right." Old man Qin nodded. Bottom? The Imperial Preceptor looked at the Imperial Jade Seal in surprise. What was going on? His heart felt an inexplicable sense of panic. Then look at old Qin. His gaze swept over them one by one, not missing a single spot. Suddenly, his body trembled as his gaze locked onto a certain spot at the bottom of the Imperial Tutor's Imperial Jade Seal. His old eyes were filled with bewilderment. "From the looks of it, he seems to have discovered something?" People murmured. Old man Qin's every move now affected the hearts of everyone present. Boom! A moment later, Elder Qin was even more surprised. Huanjun released his divine sense and scanned the bottom of the 2 Imperial Jade Seals. Ha! About 100 breaths later, Old man Qin suddenly laughed out loud. "What did you find? So happy!" Everyone was puzzled. Suddenly, Old man Qin looked at the Imperial Preceptor and said sarcastically, "Old man, although you did it flawlessly when you forged this Imperial Jade Seal, you still missed out on something." The Imperial Preceptor's face darkened. "What did I miss?" The commander of the Kirin army stepped forward and asked. Old man Qin raised the Imperial Jade Seal in his hand and said loudly, "At the bottom of this Imperial Jade Seal, there is a broken gap." "Impossible!" the Imperial Preceptor immediately shouted. When he was forging, he was very careful. There was no missing part at all. Old man Qin sneered. "No matter how much this old man says, it's useless. Let's let Lord Emperor Hong personally verify it." After saying that, he handed the Imperial Jade Seal to the front of Emperor Hong. Emperor Hong glanced at the Imperial Preceptor and also released his divine sense into the bottom of the Imperial Jade Seal. Soon, a trace of anger crawled up his face. Obviously, he had already noticed the broken gap. Old man Qin laughed again. "Lord Emperor Hong, take a look at the Imperial Jade Seal that Qin Feiyang took out." Emperor Hong controlled his divine sense and enveloped the Imperial Jade Seal. As a result, he did not find any traces of damage on it. "Lord, how is it?" Qin Jun asked nervously. "Sigh." Emperor Hong pondered for a long time, then suddenly let out a long sigh, and said, "The Imperial Jade Seal that Qin Feiyang took out is the real one." "What?" Qin Jun's body and mind trembled, his face was pale, and his entire body collapsed powerlessly. It was actually true. Didn't that mean that he had lost this bet? Zhuge Wuhou, Zhuge Nanhua, and the others' faces were also filled with despair. "Impossible! Absolutely impossible!" I want to verify it myself. The Imperial Preceptor suddenly roared as if he had gone mad. He snatched the Imperial Jade Seal from Emperor Hong's hands and did not use his eyes to look at it. He directly used his divine sense to check it. Divine sense was all-pervasive. What the naked eye could not see, divine sense could see. It didn't take long for him to discover the gap. How could this be? I was clearly very careful, very careful. How could there be a gap? The Imperial Preceptor's eyes suddenly became sluggish as he muttered to himself. His old face was filled with disbelief. Although he was muttering to himself, there were many people around who heard it clearly. It's really a forgery. We were wrong to blame Qin Feiyang. A dignified Imperial Preceptor, knowingly breaking the law, simply deserves to die 10,000 times. The most despicable thing is that he even slandered Qin Feiyang, saying that the real Imperial Jade Seal is fake. Deceiving the top and deceiving the bottom, trying to cover the sky with one hand, his heart is worthy of death. A group of ministers immediately roared, filled with righteous indignation. In an instant, the Imperial Preceptor became the target of public criticism. It's really a good move, Lu Xingqian muttered. After such a ruckus, not only did Qin Feiyang successfully wash his name, his position in the hearts of the world had also reached an unprecedented level. Now, as long as Qin Feiyang gave an order, people would probably follow his lead. On the other hand, the Imperial Preceptor, because he thought that he was clever, he had now become a street rat that everyone wanted to beat and kill. Mu Qing frowned and said, "It seems that Qin Feiyang's purpose is to eliminate the Imperial Preceptor today and destroy the Zhuge family at the same time. That's why he asked me for help," Lu Xingqian said. Mu Qing asked, "Do you want to help?" "Of course. After all, the Imperial Preceptor is also a big threat to us." Lu Xingqian smiled coldly, murderous intent surging in his eyes. When Lu Xingqian and Qin Feiyang cooperated, they had already agreed that the first step of the plan was to eliminate the Imperial Preceptor. But in the past, Qin Feiyang was not strong enough, and there was no false god by his side, so it was difficult for Lu Xingqian to kill the Imperial Preceptor alone. But now it was different. Qin Feiyang exposed the Imperial Preceptor's forgery of the Imperial Jade Seal in public, which had already caused the Imperial Preceptor to arouse public anger. Old Qin and Emperor Hong would not let him go easily. So, whether it was for Qin Feiyang or Lu Xingqian, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. This old man thinks that he is very smart, but he doesn't know that he has been led by Qin Feiyang by the nose. Mu Qing looked at the Imperial Preceptor in the screen and smiled contemptuously, then looked at Qin Feiyang, frowned slightly, looked at Lu Xingqian, and said, "Although we can take down the Imperial Preceptor this time, Qin Feiyang's threat to us is undoubtedly getting bigger and bigger. My lord, you have to be careful." "Yes. The speed of this kid's growth has exceeded my expectations. After entering the miracle and achieving our goal, I will get rid of him as soon as possible, so as not to become my roadblock in the future," Lu Xingqian said. "My lord is wise." Mu Qing bowed and said, the killing intent in his eyes undisguised. Outside, civil and military officials, the various marquis, and the surrounding people all glared at the Imperial Preceptor. And the people of the Zhuge family were terrified to the extreme at this moment. The plan was exposed. For their Zhuge family, it was no different from a disaster. How could it become like this? The Imperial Preceptor lowered his head and kept muttering, finding it hard to accept this fact. Who did it? Someone must be playing tricks! All of a sudden, the Imperial Preceptor roared, his killing intent soaring to the heavens. "It's me," Qin Feiyang said. "You!" The Imperial Preceptor immediately looked at Qin Feiyang, his eyes flashing with a cold light, and said, "The Imperial Jade Seal has always been in my hands, how could you have the chance to tamper with it?" Qin Feiyang said, "Remember back then, you came to me for the purple gold dragon blood?" "Purple gold dragon blood!" The Imperial Preceptor suddenly trembled. Qin Feiyang said, "At that time, I took the Imperial Jade Seal to the castle, you should also remember this, right?" It was after entering the castle that I tampered with the Imperial Jade Seal. The Imperial Preceptor's gaze trembled. It turned out that at that time, Qin Feiyang had already set a trap for him. "Little bastard, I'm going to kill you!" The next moment, his entire body emitted a monstrous aura. Back then, he had used the 10,000 beasts diagram as the price to exchange for the purple gold dragon blood from Qin Feiyang. If the plan succeeded and he lost the 10,000 beasts diagram, he didn't care. But in the end, not only did he lose the 10,000 beasts diagram, he was also tricked by Qin Feiyang, causing him to lose everything. How could he not be angry? Immediately, with a monstrous killing intent, he took a step towards Qin Feiyang. "You dare!" Emperor Hong and Elder Qin shouted at the same time. "Now that things have come to this, what else is there that I don't dare to do? Qin Feiyang, you want to kill me? I won't let you have it easy!" The Imperial Preceptor laughed sinisterly. "Stubborn!" Elder Qin and Emperor Hong were furious to the extreme. With a wave of their hands, the rolling divine might roared out. The two joined forces and forcibly brought the Imperial Preceptor up into the sky. Because if they fought in the square, the Imperial city would be turned into ashes in an instant. "There's a good show to watch." The commander of the Kirin army walked in front of Qin Feiyang and joked. Qin Feiyang laughed. "I have been waiting for this day for a long time." The commander of the Kirin army looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise, then shook his head and smiled. No matter what Qin Feiyang had done, Qin Feiyang's heart had always been concerned about the great Qin Empire. This point would never change. But then, in the heart of the commander of the Kirin army, he was full of worry again. Looking at Qin Feiyang's attitude, he also wanted to help the little prince ascend to the throne. This was obviously going against His Majesty. After this matter, the grudge between the father and son would definitely get deeper and deeper. The most important thing was, now, the little prince's succession to the throne had become a foregone conclusion. What should His Majesty do in the future? How could he face this matter? After all, the little prince was also his own flesh and blood. Chapter 1384. Above the sky. The dark clouds were even denser. The wind roared, and thunder and lightning roared. Old Qin and the Imperial Tutor's aura were like rainbows as they fought crazily. The two's speed was pushed to the limit. Other than the fake gods, no one could catch their traces. They could only hear the deafening collision sounds. And every time they collided, the void they were in would shatter. Even the sky was trembling. But Emperor Hong did not make a move. He joined forces with Old Qin and forcefully brought the Imperial Tutor up to the sky. He retreated far away and looked at the two from afar. His face returned to its usual calmness. The Kirin army commander frowned and said, "Now that the evidence is conclusive, why didn't Emperor Hong join forces with Old Qin and quickly kill the Imperial Tutor? He's a person with his eyes on top of his head and thinks he's infallible. How could he make a move so easily?" Qin Feiyang snorted coldly. If he wanted Emperor Hong to make a move, unless Old Qin was no match for him. Sigh. When the Kirin army commander heard this, he couldn't help but sigh. Such a good opportunity, why didn't he grasp it well? At this time, Qin Jun, who was paralyzed on the ground, suddenly got up from the ground and looked at Qin Feiyang. There was a hint of pleading in his eyes. Qin Feiyang looked at Qin Jun and said, "If you didn't get up, I would have almost forgotten about you." Qin Jun's gaze trembled as he sent a sound transmission. "Feiyang, it was all a misunderstanding before." "Misunderstanding?" Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "You instigated Emperor Hong to kill me in front of everyone. Is this a misunderstanding? And the killing intent in your eyes at that time, even a fool could see it. Is this also a misunderstanding? It's really a misunderstanding. I did that purely to motivate you." Qin Jun's face stiffened as he hurriedly explained. "Motivate me?" Qin Feiyang was amused and said, "Then according to what you said, you're still doing it for my own good. Shouldn't I thank you? There's no need to be grateful. After all, we're family." Qin Jun secretly laughed. Family? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Emperor Hong is your great-grandfather and my master. If we're not family, what are we? Qin Jun smiled. Qin Feiyang suddenly understood and said, Now that you mention it, we are indeed a family. Yeah. Qin Jun nodded. Yes, your sister. Kneel down. Qin Feiyang bellowed, his face instantly turning gloomy. Did he take him for a fool? Do you think he'll believe you just because of a few words? What a joke. Qin Jun's face stiffened. He didn't expect Qin Feiyang to turn hostile so quickly. Furthermore, there was no sound transmission. Everyone heard Qin Feiyang's shout. Immediately, everyone looked at Qin Jun in unison, their eyes full of sympathy. Of all the people he could provoke, he had to provoke Qin Feiyang. Wasn't he courting death? Moreover, no one present was a fool. Although they didn't hear the conversation between the two, from Qin Feiyang's shout and attitude, they couldn't tell that Qin Jun was definitely pretending to be pitiful, gaining sympathy, and begging for mercy from Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang looked at Qin Jun expressionlessly and said, I told you to kneel down, didn't you hear me? Do you want me to force you to make a move? Qin Jun's face was gloomy. One had to know that he was someone by Emperor Hong's side. Even if the imperial tutor and elder Qin saw him, they would have to be polite. However, at this moment, Qin Feiyang actually told him to kneel in front of everyone? Wasn't this clearly embarrassing him? The commander of the Kirin army said playfully, Lord Qin Jun, have you forgotten the bet from before? Hearing this, Qin Jun was like a bolt from the blue, his body and mind trembling. That old face was once again filled with despair. His entire body couldn't help but go soft, and he powerlessly knelt in front of Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang sneered. What I hate the most is a dog like you who uses its master's power to bully others. You don't have any ability, and you rely on others to support you every day. I was wrong. For the sake of Emperor Hong's face, spare me this time. After all, I am still someone by Emperor Hong's side. Qin Jun pleaded. You can be considered a human? At most, you are a dog that can bite. Qin Feiyang smiled disdainfully. Qin Jun nodded repeatedly and said, Yes, 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 I am a dog. Just pity me and give me a chance, okay? If people don't offend me, I won't offend them. If people offend me, I will kill them. This is my principle. Especially those who want to kill me, I, Qin Feiyang, will definitely not let them go. Killing intent surged in Qin Feiyang's eyes. Little bastard, don't go too far. Do you think I'm really afraid of you? You're just a mere 4-star war king. If I want to kill you, it's as easy as flipping my hand. Qin Jun flew into a rage out of humiliation. He suddenly raised his arm and slapped towards Qin Feiyang. Impudent! The Kirin army commander's expression changed. He immediately raised his arm and punched towards Qin Jun. Tsk tisk! But at this time, a sinister laugh rang out. Following closely, a wave of thunder energy appeared out of thin air, like sharp blades, and entered Qin Jun's chi like lightning. Ah! Accompanied by a mournful scream, Qin Jun's chi was crippled on the spot, and blood flowed out from his lower abdomen. Bang! Then, Qin Jun fell powerlessly at Qin Feiyang's feet, hugging his lower abdomen, and wailing silently. The Kirin army commander was stunned. The others were also shocked. Who was so strong that they could instantly cripple a 9-star combat Emperor Realm super expert? Everyone looked over. They saw that Qin Feiyang had a Lei Bao. It's him! Seeing Lei Bao, the surrounding civil and military officials, including the Marshal Marquis, all took a few steps back, their faces full of fear. Lei Bao had long been notorious in the imperial capital. Even his reputation was not inferior to Qin Feiyang's. The cheetah scanned the crowd and grinned. I am so kind, what are you afraid of? Kind? To hell with it. Everyone rolled their eyes. He even dared to flirt with the emperor's concubines and princesses, and even dared to auction the empress's underwear at the treasure pavilion. Everyone knew that he was shameless, but could there be a limit? Lei Bao was not ashamed. Instead, he was proud. His expression was full of pride as he lowered his head to look at Qin Jun, who was lying on the ground, and said contemptuously, "Seeing how arrogant you are, I thought you were strong. I didn't expect that you were just a piece of trash." Qin Jun looked at the man and beast with a sinister expression, and said resentfully, "I curse you to die a horrible death. You even believe in curses?" As expected of an idiot. Lei Bao's eyes were filled with disdain. Before he finished speaking, its body suddenly expanded to dozens of feet, and then it opened its mouth wide, revealing its dense fangs, and swallowed Qin Jun into its stomach in one gulp. Gulp. Seeing this scene, everyone present felt their hearts skip a beat as they swallowed their saliva. A 9-star War Emperor realm expert was actually swallowed alive by Lei Bao just like that. This guy was too savage. Above the sky, Emperor Hong also noticed this situation. He lowered his head to look at Lei Bao, and a cold light flashed across his eyes. Lei Bao was not afraid at all. He raised his head to meet Emperor Hong's gaze, full of provocation. Boom! Crack! The battle between Elder Qin and the Imperial Tutor had already reached its climax. The power of the false god, the divine art, and the divine might constantly collided with each other. Waves of world-destroying air waves surged out in all directions like raging waves. The entire sky above the Imperial City had already shattered. Although the battle fluctuations did not affect the Imperial City below, everyone in the Imperial City could not help but feel a sense of fear that could not be dissipated. It felt like the end of the world was coming. Qin Feiyang raised his head to look at the two of them, and his brows gradually furrowed. Elder Qin and the Imperial Tutor's strength were basically on par. The final result was hard to predict. It could be the Imperial Tutor's death, or it could be Elder Qin's death. The commander of the Kirin army said in a low voice, "We can't drag this on any longer. We have to think of a way to get Emperor Hong to make a move. Don't count on it." Qin Feiyang glanced at Emperor Hong and said indifferently, "Then what should we do? Even if Elder Qin can kill the Imperial Tutor in the end, Elder Qin will definitely lose half his life." The commander of the Kirin army was extremely anxious. Without Emperor Hong, the Imperial Tutor will still die today. Qin Feiyang coldly snorted and whispered, "Lu Xingqian, you've seen enough, right? It's time to make your move." Lu Xingqian? The commander of the Kirin army was stunned, and looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. Qin Feiyang did not explain, and looked at the sky, his eyes flickering. At the same time, inside the spatial divine object, Lu Xingqian glanced at Qin Feiyang, and then controlled the spatial divine object, flying towards the sky. "Lord, you have to be careful," Mu Qing warned. "Don't worry, the Imperial Tutor and Elder Qin are fighting fiercely right now. They won't think that I will appear at all. Just one strike is enough to take his life." Lu Xingqian smiled confidently. Whoosh! While they were talking, the spatial divine object had already quietly swept to the center of the battlefield. Lu Xingqian looked at the Imperial Tutor in the screen, killing intent flashing in his eyes. "This Imperial Tutor's fate is really bad, to actually meet you and Qin Feiyang at the same time." Mu Qing shook his head and smiled. Lu Xingqian chuckled, took out an illusory form pill, threw it into his mouth, and in the blink of an eye, turned into a middle-aged man. Although the Imperial Tutor is already an arrow at the end of its flight, Lord should still be careful. "Don't get angry," Mu Qing said. "Even if I get angry, it doesn't matter. Because the miracle is about to open." Lu Xingqian smiled faintly, and in the next moment disappeared in front of Mu Qing. "Humph! If Emperor Hong doesn't make a move, with your strength alone, you can't kill me at all." Outside, the Imperial Tutor sneered secretly while fighting with Elder Qin. "Then let's wait and see." Elder Qin's eyes were sharp, like the edge of a blade, causing people to be intimidated. Bang, bang, bang! Both of them were really angry, sparing no expense and resorting to unscrupulous means. But just as the two of them were locked in battle, a middle-aged man suddenly appeared behind the Imperial Tutor. "Who is it?" Elder Qin was shocked. The people below also saw the middle-aged man for the first time, and their faces were full of surprise. Someone actually dared to interfere in the battle between the Imperial Tutor and Elder Qin? He couldn't be a fake god, too. As for the Imperial Tutor, when he sensed the aura behind him, he was also shocked and took a step to the side without hesitation. Old bastard, I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. The middle-aged man smiled coldly, and a wisp of divine sense emerged, exuding a monstrous divine might, and swept towards the back of the Imperial Tutor's head like lightning. That's right, he was Lu Xingqian. Is it an alliance? Then it seems that it's someone arranged by Qin Feiyang, a good opportunity. Chapter 1385. In front of him was Elder Qin, a terrifying false god, and behind him was Lu Xingqian, an existence that was not inferior to a false god. In addition, everything happened so suddenly that the Imperial Advisor had no time to counterattack. No! When Zhuge Wuhou, Zhuge Nanhua, and the others saw this scene, they couldn't help but anxiously roar in their hearts. As for the Kirin army's commander, his face was filled with excitement. He was finally going to get rid of this ambitious person. And at this time, Emperor Hong, who had been watching coldly from the sidelines, also moved. The aura he emitted was even stronger than the Imperial Advisor and Elder Qin. Without a doubt. Emperor Hong was the same as Mu Changfeng, he was also a supreme existence at the peak of the false god realm. Facing Elder Qin, Lu Xingqian, and Emperor Hong, these three great false gods, if nothing unexpected happened, the Imperial Advisor would undoubtedly die today. But, just as the Imperial Advisor was about to die, Emperor Hong suddenly slapped Elder Qin's back. Pfft. Elder Qin immediately spat out a mouthful of blood and flew out like a kite with a broken string. This unforeseen event not only caught Lu Xingqian and Qin Feiyang off guard, but everyone present was also stunned. Originally, everyone thought that Emperor Hong was going to kill the Imperial Advisor, but they never thought that his target was actually Elder Qin. What's going on? Everyone's hearts were filled with doubts. The situation had changed too quickly, hadn't it? Just as Emperor Hong made his move on Elder Qin, the originally panicked Imperial Advisor's old face suddenly revealed a cold light, and he slapped his palm towards Lu Xingqian's divine sense. Boom! Lu Xingqian's divine sense was destroyed on the spot. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. And just like Elder Qin, he was sent flying, his face deathly pale. This strength. Lu Xingqian looked at the Imperial Advisor in shock. Why is it like this? Qin Feiyang muttered. Why would Emperor Hong help the Imperial Advisor to plot against Elder Qin? This result was completely out of his expectations. Above the sky, Emperor Hong looked at Lu Xingqian, a cold light surging in his eyes, and said, "This old man has been waiting for you for a long time." Finished speaking, Emperor Hong and the state preceptor looked at each other and joined hands to attack Lu Xingqian. Waiting for me? Lu Xingqian was bewildered. Emperor Hong said, "I've long heard from Imperial Preceptor that Qin Feiyang has a false god hidden by his side, so this old man has always been very curious. Just who is this false god? Are you luring me out?" Lu Xingqian was both shocked and angry. "That's right. However, although I've successfully lured you out, this old man is even more puzzled after seeing you in person. You are only a 5-star combat emperor. Why do you have a divine consciousness?" Emperor Hong asked suspiciously. Although he was speaking, his speed was not slow at all. Before he finished speaking, Emperor Hong and the state preceptor arrived in front of Lu Xingqian, grabbing at Lu Xingqian from both sides. "Qin Feiyang, you bastard! How dare you betray me?" When Lu Xingqian heard Emperor Hong's words, he immediately lowered his head and roared at Qin Feiyang. He thought that Qin Feiyang was also involved. Not daring to have the slightest doubt, he immediately prepared to enter the spatial divine object. Boom! However, at almost the same time, Emperor Hong and the state preceptor released their might, imprisoning Lu Xingqian in the air. Seeing that Lu Xingqian was imprisoned, the two of them did not immediately kill him. What? But seeing the state preceptor's might, Lu Xingchen's expression changed. Qin Feiyang's expression also changed abruptly. They all knew that Emperor Hong was a supreme existence at the peak of the false god realm. However, the state preceptor's might was not the slightest bit inferior to Emperor Hong's. What was going on? The state preceptor glanced at Qin Feiyang, then looked at Lu Xingchen, and sneered. You guys look very surprised. You've been hiding your cultivation all this time? Lu Xingchen said in a deep voice. No. I didn't hide it. It's just that I was lucky. A few days ago, I just broke through to the peak of the false god realm, the state preceptor said. What? Qin Feiyang's mind trembled. Why didn't Yan Wei tell him such an important thing? Did the state preceptor not reveal it? Or had Yan Wei's identity been discovered, and the state preceptor deliberately hid it from him? Your face should be fake. I'm very curious, who are you? The state preceptor smiled coldly, took out a facial restoration pill, and stuffed it into Lu Xingchen's mouth. Soon, Lu Xingchen recovered his true appearance. How could it be you? Looking at Lu Xingchen's face, the state preceptor's face was full of disbelief. Below, those who knew Lu Xingchen were also surprised. Wasn't he a disciple of the temple? How could he be a false god? No. He wasn't a false god, he just had the divine sense of a war god. Old Qin had also stabilized his body, standing in the void in the distance, glanced at Lu Xingchen, then looked at Emperor Hong, and said angrily, Why? In this world, how can there be so many whys? Emperor Hong snorted coldly, looked at Lu Xingchen and asked, Who the hell are you? Why have I never seen you before? Who am I? Lu Xingchen murmured. At the same time, Old Qin took a step forward and rushed towards Qin Feiyang. The situation suddenly became like this. This place was no longer a place to stay for a long time. He had to take Qin Feiyang away as soon as possible. Stop him! But suddenly, Emperor Hong shouted. Boom! 3 terrifying auras burst out from the ground. 2 of them came from the crowd outside the square. They were 2 old men, with white hair and vast divine power. 2 more false gods! People retreated in horror. What was going on today? Why did so many false gods pop out at once? The 2 old men looked at each other and rushed into the sky like lightning. They raised their big hands and slapped Old Man Qin's chest from the left and right. Old Man Qin was sent flying again. Old Man Qin spurted out blood. His entire chest caved in and his ribs were all shattered. Even his heart was broken. But a broken heart was nothing to a false god. Old Qin stabilized himself in the void, clutching his chest, looking gloomily at the 2 old men, and said, You guys actually came out of seclusion. The 2 old men were silent, their eyes flashing with a cold light. Wait. Where is the other divine power? The people looked around in surprise. Suddenly, their gazes were locked on the head eunuch in the center of the square. That divine power came from the head eunuch. At this moment, Qin Feiyang and the commander of the Kirin army, as well as Lei Bao, were all imprisoned by the head eunuch. The eyes of the 2 men and 1 beast were also filled with shock. They all knew the strength of the head eunuch. It was impossible for him to be a false god. There must be something fishy going on. As if seeing through Qin Feiyang and Lei Bao's thoughts, the head eunuch smiled contemptuously, took out a facial restoration pill, and put it into his mouth. This head eunuch is a disguise. Qin Feiyang's heart trembled. Soon, the head eunuch turned into another face. It was an old man with white hair and a pale face. The old man in front of him, as well as the 2 people blocking old Qin Feiyang was no stranger to them. They were the 3 false gods that sealed themselves in the back mountain of the imperial palace. Why were all 3 of them here? He had clearly taken out the evidence of the imperial preceptor forging the imperial jade seal, so why did Emperor Hong attack old Qin? If Emperor Hong's goal was Lu Xingchen, then now that his goal had been achieved, why did he still attack him? At this moment, Qin Feiyang's mind was in a mess. All of this was far beyond his expectations. It seems that I have misunderstood Qin Feiyang. Seeing Qin Feiyang's situation, Lu Xingchen secretly muttered, but soon after countless questions crawled up in his heart. What the hell is going on? The Imperial Preceptor looked at Lu Xingchen, Qin Feiyang, Old Qin, and the commander of the Kirin army, and sneered. Today, none of you can escape. After saying that, he looked at Lu Xingchen and shouted. Quickly answer Emperor Hong's words. Who are you? Me? The corner of Lu Xingchen's mouth lifted, and said with a smile. I am the person you don't want to see the most. Scaring Imperial Preceptor? The Imperial Preceptor said. Look at me, do I look like I'm scaring you? But now, I don't want to tell you. Lu Xingchen said. I'm afraid that's not up to you. The Imperial Preceptor sneered. You don't really think that with this level of pressure you can control me? Let me tell you, you're too naive. Lu Xingchen raised his head and roared. More than a dozen strands of divine sense flew out from the top of his head, directly shattering the majesty of the Imperial Preceptor and Emperor Hong. Such a strong divine sense! Their expressions changed. I, Lu Xingchen, will remember today's debt. In the future, I will definitely repay it double. Qin Feiyang, you're on your own. Lu Xingchen smiled coldly and instantly disappeared without a trace. Facing two peak false gods, he really didn't dare to stay any longer, nor did he have the strength to help Qin Feiyang. Emperor Hong and Emperor Hong were furious. Their divine sense surged out, covering the sky and earth as it surged in all directions. In just an instant, they captured Lu Xingchen's spatial divine object. But just as they were about to intercept, 10 figures appeared in the sky above the imperial city without any warning. They were all wearing masks, so their faces couldn't be seen clearly. However, the aura emitted by each of them was incomparably terrifying. Who are they? Everyone looked at the 10 people in surprise. Emperor Hong, the Imperial Preceptor, and the 3 old men were also extremely surprised. Because with their eyesight, they could tell at a glance that these 10 people were all false gods. 10 people stood side by side in the void, as if 10 gods had descended, coldly scanning everyone. Anyone who had been looked at by them couldn't help but feel a deep fear in their hearts. Greetings, young master! Suddenly, the 10 of them uniformly landed in front of Qin Feiyang and bowed. What? They are all Qin Feiyang's subordinates? At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded, including Elder Qin, the commander of the Kirin army, Lei Bao. The Imperial Preceptor, Emperor Hong, and the 3 old men were also in disbelief. Qin Feiyang actually had 10 false gods under his command? What kind of joke was this? He must be dreaming. Lu Xingchen, who was about to escape, also had a face of astonishment. Mu Qin, who was next to him, even had his eyes popping out. Not to mention them, Qin Feiyang himself was also dumbfounded. Suddenly 10 false gods popped out, and said that they were his subordinates? Was it really not the heavens joking with him? Young master, we came late to save you, please forgive us. One of them spoke. However, as he spoke, he gave Qin Feiyang a meaningful glance without leaving any trace. What do you mean? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Seeing that Qin Feiyang didn't understand, the man sent a sound transmission. This place is not suitable to stay for long, leave immediately. Finished. With a wave of his hand, the pressure that imprisoned Qin Feiyang and the commander of the Kirin army instantly disappeared. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed, and without hesitation, he reached out his big hand, grabbed the commander of the Kirin army and Lei Bao, and entered the castle. After entering the castle, he didn't stay for a moment, and immediately drove the castle away. Seeing Qin Feiyang slip away, Lu Xingchen also quickly slipped away. Damn it! Who are you? Why are you interfering in my great Qin's affairs? The Imperial Preceptor roared. Emperor Hong's face was also extremely ugly. We don't care about your great Qin's affairs at all, we only care about the safety of the young master. Chapter 1386. Young lord, the Imperial Preceptor muttered to himself and roared. He's just a brat. What ability does he have to make you fake gods work for him? His expression was hysterical. that person said indifferently. Don't underestimate the young lord, because sooner or later, he will let you taste true despair. This Imperial Preceptor wants to taste it now. If you have the guts, call him back and fight one-on-one with this Imperial Preceptor. The Imperial Preceptor roared again and again. The meat that had reached his mouth did not fall off just like that. This kind of sullen feeling almost made him go crazy. One-on-one? Don't you feel ashamed to say such words? That person laughed mockingly. The other 9 people also revealed looks of disdain towards the Imperial Preceptor. A dignified fake god actually wanted to fight a 4-star war emperor one-on-one. Wasn't this a joke? Whoosh! The 10 of them did not waste any more words and rushed into the sky one after another, landing beside Elder Qin. The 2 people who were blocking Elder Qin immediately became nervous. The 10 of them looked at the 2 of them, and did not say a word. Bringing Elder Qin, they turned around and left. Halt! The Imperial Preceptor was unable to restrain his anger as he shouted. What kind of place do you think the Imperial City is? How can you come and go as you please? But the 10 of them did not pay attention to him at all. The Imperial Preceptor was about to chase after them when Emperor Hong reached out to stop him. He shook his head and said, Forget it. The Imperial Preceptor raised his eyebrows and said, Emperor Hong, they are openly provoking the Imperial power. But without waiting for the Imperial Preceptor to finish speaking, Emperor Hong opened his mouth and said, Of course this old man knows that they are deliberately provoking us, but what can we do if we leave them behind? The Imperial Preceptor fell silent. The other party had 10 fake gods. Including Elder Qin, it was 11. Although he and Emperor Hong were both peak fake gods, and there were still 3 fake gods below them, if they really fought, it would probably be a situation where both sides would suffer. However, he was really unwilling to give up just like that. Emperor Hong patted the Imperial Preceptor's shoulder and comforted him. There will be plenty of time in the future. There will always be a chance. Sigh. The Imperial Preceptor sighed deeply and followed Emperor Hong to the center of the plaza. The 3 old men also immediately landed behind Emperor Hong and stood respectfully. And throughout the entire process, the little prince who was sitting on the dragon throne did not say a single word. He sat there, watching all of this expressionlessly. In a trance. Everyone had the misconception that the little prince seemed to have grown several decades in an instant, giving off a profound feeling. Emperor Hong glanced at the little prince, turned his head to look at the civil and military officials, and said, I believe that everyone has a lot of questions in their hearts right now. Raise them all, this old man will answer them one by one. The Marquis of Shaowu was the first to walk out. He cupped his hands and said, Lord Emperor Hong, previously, Qin Feiyang had already confirmed that the Imperial Advisor was forging the Imperial Jade Seal. However, why did Lord Emperor Hong not punish the Imperial Advisor according to the law and instead attack Qin Feiyang? Emperor Hong pondered for a moment and said, This matter is an enormous humiliation to our great Qin. This old man truly does not wish to speak of it. Lord Emperor Hong, please tell me the truth. Yes. If Lord Emperor Hong doesn't say anything, we can't help but suspect that Lord Emperor Hong might have some selfish motives. A few prestigious old ministers stood out and said, How dare you! As the son of the previous emperor, how could Lord Emperor Hong have any selfish motives? The Imperial Advisor said angrily. Imperial Advisor, don't blame them. They said this because they are concerned about the safety of our great Qin. Emperor Hong waved his hand and said, Yes. The Imperial Advisor nodded respectfully. Next, Emperor Hong swept his gaze across the civil and military officials and asked, Do you really want to know? Everyone nodded. The people outside the square were also curious. Sigh. Emperor Hong let out a long sigh and said, Fine, this old man will tell everyone the truth. In fact, the previous emperor did not abdicate because he broke through to the false god realm. The previous emperor was naturally referring to the little prince's father. Everyone was bewildered. Marquis Xiao asked. Then what is the reason? He's dead, Emperor Hong said. What? His Majesty is dead? How is this possible? Who dares to kill His Majesty? This place immediately exploded. Everyone's face was filled with disbelief. Everyone, be quiet, Emperor Hong said. In an instant, the entire audience quieted down. Emperor Hong sighed and said, "The person who killed the emperor is none other than the emperor's own son, Qin Feiyang." This, everyone once again fell into shock. Back then, the imperial advisor had something to discuss with the emperor, but the emperor was in the imperial study and did not respond for a long time. The imperial advisor felt that something was wrong and hurriedly pushed open the door of the imperial study. As a result, he found the emperor's body on the ground. And the imperial jade seal had also disappeared. When the imperial advisor saw this scene, he immediately informed this old man. When this old man rushed over, the emperor had already died. At that time, this old man was very angry. Someone actually dared to murder the emperor of my great Qin? So, this old man immediately asked the imperial advisor to send someone to look for this murderer, but this person did it too secretly, and we had no trace of him at all. Later, this old man and the imperial advisor discussed and decided to set up a trap to lure this person out. Emperor Hong said. Marquis Xiao said, "So, you announced to the outside world that His Majesty had broken through to the false god realm, and was going to give up the throne to the little prince?" "Yes. This person killed the emperor, and took away the imperial jade seal. He definitely wants to get his hands on my great Qin's rivers and mountains." Thinking of this old man immediately asked the imperial advisor to forge an imperial jade seal and announce the news of the little prince's succession. "If this person is really coveting my great Qin's rivers and mountains, he will definitely appear on the day of the little prince's succession." Sure enough, as we expected, this person appeared. But this old man never thought that he was actually Qin Feiyang. Emperor Hong said with a pained heart, "Bastard! For the sake of the throne, he even killed his own father. This Qin Feiyang is simply crazy." Everyone immediately roared. "Isn't that so? But we also know that Qin Feiyang has a false god protecting him, so when Qin Feiyang took out the imperial jade seal, Emperor Hong did not expose him at the first moment. Instead, he attacked me together with old Qin. He did this to lure out the false god beside Qin Feiyang." The imperial advisor said. "So that's how it is." Everyone nodded in realization. Marquis Qianwu asked, "In that case, old Qin and the commander of the Kirin army also had a part in killing His Majesty?" "Yes. They have long been bribed by Qin Feiyang." Emperor Hong nodded. "How preposterous! His Majesty's kindness to them is as heavy as a mountain. They actually colluded with Qin Feiyang to secretly harm His Majesty and usurp the throne. They deserve to die 10,000 times." A furious roar sounded out from the crowd. It was Zhuge Wu Ho who was roaring. He was fanning the flames, because this way, everyone's hatred for Qin Feiyang and the other two would rise to a whole new level. As expected. Hearing his words, everyone present was filled with anger. "Wait." But suddenly, a voice sounded. Everyone looked towards the source of the voice, only to see that the one who spoke was Marquis Xiao. "Marquis Xiao, do you have any other questions?" the imperial advisor asked patiently. Marquis Xiao said, "This subject does not dare to doubt Lord Emperor Hong's words, but after this subject finished listening, a few difficult questions arose in his heart." "Speak," Emperor Hong said. "As far as I know, when the previous emperor created the imperial jade seal, he had fused with the purple gold dragon blood. As for the imperial advisor, even you, Lord Emperor Hong, could not distinguish the fake imperial jade seal. It is enough to see that it must have also fused with the purple gold dragon blood. But in today's world, only Qin Feiyang has the purple gold dragon blood. And before, Qin Feiyang also said that the imperial advisor went to him to ask for the purple gold dragon blood, and Qin Feiyang also left a mark at the bottom. I want to ask, if Qin Feiyang really wants to usurp the throne, why did he give the imperial advisor the purple gold dragon blood? This is the first question. The second. Qin Feiyang is not stupid. On the contrary, he is very smart. His Majesty is dead, and the imperial jade seal is missing. It is impossible for him not to know. Once he takes out the imperial jade seal, it is equivalent to admitting that he secretly harmed His Majesty. So in my opinion, this is very unreasonable. Frankly speaking, not to mention a shrewd person like Qin Feiyang, even if it was a stupid person like me, I would not take out the imperial jade seal in public when the little prince succeeded the throne. Marquis Xiao said. If Qin Feiyang was here, he would definitely look at Marquis Xiao in a new light. Among the civil and military officials and the various marquises, there was at least one person with a little rationality. This old man has also thought about these two questions carefully. According to this old man's analysis, Qin Feiyang should have full confidence in himself and doesn't care if the matter is exposed. After all, everyone saw just now that he has a total of 10 false gods by his side. If he is exposed, he can suppress them with force. But what he didn't expect was that the imperial advisor's cultivation had broken through some time ago. A peak false god can completely restrain 3 or 4 ordinary false gods. The imperial advisor, this old man, and these 3 close friends behind this old man made him fearful and did not dare to continue fighting with the little prince. Therefore, he chose to retreat. But this old man believes that sooner or later, he will make a comeback. Therefore, this old man hopes that no matter who sees Qin Feiyang in the future, they will report to the imperial advisor as soon as possible. Emperor Hong said. This subject obeys. The ministers bowed and said. Marquis Xiao pondered for a moment, then said, What Lord Emperor Hong said makes sense. But not long ago, Qin Feiyang also said in public that he would not fight with the little prince for the throne. This is just his one-sided words. When we get rid of the imperial advisor, we might not only kill the little prince, but also kill everyone who stops him, including this old man's great-grandfather. Emperor Hong said. Who? Marquis Xiao took a deep breath, bowed and said, If it is really as Lord Emperor Hong said, then this Qin Feiyang is really crazy. Emperor Hong looked at him indifferently, then scanned the crowd and asked, Who else has a question? The group of ministers shook their heads. Zhuge Wuhou glanced at the ministers beside him, his eyes flashing slightly as he stepped forward and said, This subject has a question. Speak, Emperor Hong said. Zhuge Wuhou said, This old subject would like to ask, does the little prince's succession still count? Of course. Right now, the little prince is the emperor of my great Qin. The imperial advisor will personally assist him, and all of you must serve the little prince wholeheartedly. Emperor Hong said. We obey Emperor Hong's orders. The ministers knelt down. Greetings, Your Majesty. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.